안녕하세요. 빨리 좀 기자라니. 이 정도면은 초스피드 아니야? 광속 스피드? 아니라고? 거의 사실상 초광속 스피드 아니야? 초광속 스피드? 글쎄, 오늘 좀 걱정이긴 하네요. 어떻게 될라나? 무빙이 많이 나올라나? 그것도 좀 애매하고. 몸은 썩 좋진 않아요. 냉정하게. 아, 건강보다 방송이 먼저입니다. 알겠습니다. 아니요, 연설은 조금 뒤에요. 연설은 조금 뒤에요. 하... 글쎄요, 말하기에 따라서 영향력이 어마어마하게 클 수도 있죠. 왜냐하면은 파월 연준 의장의 어찌 보면은 속속이 다 드러나는 거라서. 그쵸? 네, 속이 다 보이게 되는 거라서 사실상. 아니요, 연설이 아니라 청문회예요. 청문회. 네, 그러니까 보시면은 미국 상원이 어디냐 하니, 간단하게 말씀드리면 미합중국 상원은 양원제를 채택하고 있는 미국 의회의 상원이다. 상원 의원, 세네터들로 구성되어 있으며 의원의 임기는 6년. 상원의 구성은 미국 헌법 제1조에 근거한다. 그래서 각 주마다 2명씩 배정되어 총 100명의 상원이 있다. 그래서 인구 60명이 안 되는 와이오밍주도 인구 3,500만 명의 캘리포니아주도 똑같이 2명씩 있습니다. 개투소님 어서오세요. 티미님도 어서오세요. 몸이요? 몸은 그렇게 썩 좋진 않아요. 근데 뭐 그거는 그거고, 그쵸? 건강은 건강이고 방송은 또 방송이니까. 안녕하세요, 캐딜님. 아, 치원님 안녕하세요. 그거 공지방 15일, 저기 1일 7월 1일 15일에 열어가지고 이번에는 다음 주 금요일이에요. 스트레스가 뇌를 지배한 거. 그게 아니라 이거 어떻게 된 거냐면 엽떡에 김밥을 먹었거든요. 사와가지고. 근데 엽떡에 김밥을 먹었는데 이제 엽떡이 너무 매우니까 막 빨리빨리 먹고 또 김밥은 또 상온에 놔뒀더니 살짝 쉰 것 같아가지고 뭔가 이중으로 얻어맞은 느낌? 음. 아이고 마에스트로 햇님,
몸은
감사합니다.
괜찮으신가요?
고맙습니다.
항상 몸조리 잘하시기 바랍니다.
터키는 좀 어떤가요? 아이고 이렇게 큰 후원 감사합니다. 고맙습니다. 아니 배탈이라기보다는, 안녕하세요, 배탈이라기보다는 살짝 급체 플러스 살짝 그 뭐냐 저기 그 식중독은 아니고 음식이 미묘하게 좀 상한 거? 어, 네. 그래서 오늘 힘을 내기로 했습니다, 오늘. 그러니까 그렇게 심하게 안 좋은 건 아니었던 것 같아요, 음식 자체는. 음식은 그냥 살짝 미묘하게 안 좋았던 거지. 그러니까요. 잠깐만요. 탈장. 아니, 근데 엽떡 조심하세요, 엽떡. 와, 나 엽떡 매워가지고 그냥 막 먹다 보니까는, 어. 나 그리고 한 가지 엄청 웃긴 거. 방송을 안 하는데 후원을 받았어, 처음으로. 이 만님이라고 써있는 사람 있죠? 지금 1등, 훈투네이션. 이분이 방송, 방송 안 하고 있는데, 갑자기 보니까는 돈 아무리 많아도 아프면 소용없음. 건강이 최고요라고 하셔가지고, 10시 반이에요, 10시 반. 10시 반. 10시 반이라서 조금 일단 방송을 좀 미리 켜고 좀 정신 좀 차리고, 음. 아니요, 뭐 금융치료가 된다기보다는 그냥 좀 뭐랄까 커피로 장세척. 와 근데 형님들 진짜로, 진짜 아마 아시는 분들은 아시겠지만 진짜 음식 조심하세요. 와 장난 아니야. 지금 바깥에 조금만 뭐 냅뒀다가 또 먹으려고 그러잖아요. 그럼 냄새 한번 꼭 맡아보세요. 제 지인도 지금 알아 누웠어요, 음식 때문에. 순대를
커피로
먹고
장세척 하세요. 여러분.
잠깐 꺼내놓고서 작업을 좀 한 거예요. 한 3시간 정도. 작업을 3시간 정도 하고, 그리고 나서 이제 밥을 먹었거든요, 다시. 근데 좀 뭔가 좀 씹을 때 좀 찝찝하긴 했는데, 그래도 뭐, 당일날이고 3시간밖에 안 지났잖아. 근데 하필이면은 해가 이렇게 그 음식을 이렇게 좀 비쳤나 봐요. 잘 모르겠는데, 애초에 음식 자체가 막 엄청나게 싱싱하거나 좀 이렇게 깨끗하진 않았겠죠? 그래가지고 그것 때문에 마탱이가 가가지고 지금 누워있어요. 진짜로. 설산 포카리? 그건 괜찮고. 자, 형님들 구독, 좋아요, 알람 설정 항상 감사합니다. 고맙습니다. 그리고 프로드 형님 10,000원이나 후원 감사합니다. 고맙습니다. 음. 와, 근데 진짜 입맛이 없어지더라. 맞아. 왜 잠깐만, 왜 한 1분이나 한 1%나 빠지는 거야, 얘는? 파월 형님 온다고 인사하는 거야, 뭐야? 너무 뜬금없지 않아요? 1% 빠지는 시간이? 뭐 때문에 빠지는 거야? 아니, 너 아무런 근거가 없이 빠지네? 얘는 항상. 1%가 네 집 이름인가? 참, 이제는 뭐, 떡볶이 만드는 거라고? EZPZ 저격이라고요? 맞다. 캐나다 CPI 좀 뭐 저거 나왔던데? 1.4? 캐나다 CPI 1 예측했는데 1.4 나왔다면서. 맞아, 그거 있어. 뭐야. 어, 아, 좀 아픈데? 저 정도는? 잠깐만. 어? 갑자기? 아니, 너무 내리는데, 갑자기? 5분 봉으로 1.4%를 빼네? 깜놀해서 들어왔네요. 형님들, 깜놀 안 해도 좀 들어오세요. 어? 아니, 왜 이렇게, 어? 깜놀을 해야지만 들어올라 그래. 깜놀 안 해도 들어오세요. 이 방송은 꼭 보면은, 꼭 뭔 일 생기면 들어와. 사람들이 다 심신이 안 좋은 상태로 들어와. 막 갑자기 들어와서, 무슨 일인가요? 무슨 일 있나요? 이니, 꼭, 별일 없어도 들어오세요. 아니, 도대체 왜, 꼭 무슨 일이 있어야만 들어와서, 무슨 일인가요? 나는 꼭 안 좋은 소식 전달해주는 사람 같아. 그니까. 네, 캐나다 인플레이션이 83년 이후로 가장 빠른 속도라고는 한대요. 맞아.
CJU7877님 에드벌룬 1개 감사합니다.
나스닥 차트요. 트레이딩 뷰요. 제공자, 트뷰. 아니, 신난 게 아니라, 딱 보니 갑자기, 뭔 일 생겨야 들어옴. 깜놀해서 들어왔네. 아우, 잠깐만. 근데 잠깐만. 이거 좀 선을 넘는데? 어? 아니, 2% 가량 빠진다고?
여의도 신임 수익 가드야. 이즈피즈님 저 200만원으로 5,300만원 갔다가 며칠 전 20K 깨질 때 다 잃어서 멘탈 터졌는데 마음 추스리고 다시 왔습니다. 토탈
그래요?
200만원 잃은 건데 왜 이렇게 마음이 아플까요? 유.
아무튼 형님들, 자, 오늘 그 뭐지?
영국 물가도
그
쇼크였는데
저거 시작하기 전에
동네 단풍국 동네
그
물가도
뭐지?
컨셉
코알라
한입 수저
커뮤니티
오늘
있잖아요.
참 나가기
저 그래도
싫습니다.
입에 풀칠은하게 이번 달 도와주신 분들, 잠깐만, 너무 빠지는데? 어, 어, 음, 시간에 빠지네. 아무튼 형님들 우리 시작하기 전에 그 저 광고 주신 감사한 우리 코알라 커뮤니티에서 이벤트 해준대, 이벤트. 지금 여기 혹시 그 뭐냐, 여기 가입하셨던 분들은 오늘 제가 쓴 글에다가 뭐라 그랬지? 잠깐만요. 어, 코알라 사랑해, 코알라 사랑해요라고 댓글 달면 그 사람들 중 추첨 통해서 7,000포인트 준대요. 7,000포인트. 그러면은 운 좋은 사람이 이더 하나 뽑아 가세요. 혹시 모르잖아. 이더가 안 나오긴 하는 것 같은데 그래도 혹시 모르니까. 잠깐만. 아니네. 1만 포인트네. 1만 포인트. 5명한테 2번씩. 어. 아니, 여기 말고. 제가 자유 게시판에 글을 쓰겠습니다. EZPZ 5만, EZPZ 랜덤 할 테니까, 그러니까 그걸로 이제 저기 댓글 많이 달아야 얻을 수 있는 거를 미리 받을 수 있으니까 오늘 해도 돼요. 오늘 하셔도 되고, 일단 2번 진행해도 된다 그래가지고, 네, 2번 진행해도 된대요. 그래가지고 여기다가 코알라 사랑해요 이렇게 쓰래요. 밑에 댓글에다가. 그러면은 1만 포인트 준대. 그래서 이 게시글 찾아보세요. 알겠죠? 이게 커뮤니티예요. 네이버 카페 뭐 이런 저거 같은 EZPZ 써도 되고 친구분은 거 써도 되고 EZPZ EZPZ 쓰시면 되고. 그러니까 이게 뭐냐면 이상한 데는 전혀 아니고 그냥 흔히들 우리가 알고 있는 네이버 카페 뭐 비트맨 그리고 뭐 저기 뭐야 비트코인 갤러리 그리고 그 뭐냐 저기 뭐 저 코인판 뭐 등등 그런 커뮤니티들 거 다 모아놓은 거예요. 그래서 뭐 돈 쓰는 거 하나도 없고 포인트가 뭔데? 라고 하시는 분들은 그냥 간단하게 그냥 로그인하면 20포인트, 글 작성하면 10포인트, 댓글 작성하면 3포인트잖아. 그러면은 하루에 예를 들어서 뭐 100포인트 어렵게 없잖아. 근데 이거를 5명한테 10,000포인트씩 준대. 아니, 어플은 아직, 저기 모바일로도 돼요. 그냥 커뮤니티에 커뮤니티. 무슨, 저기 무슨 막 뭐, 거래소가 아니라 그냥 커뮤니티. 아무튼 이거 준다는데 받아야지, 그쵸? 누구라도 하나 좋은 거 당첨되면 좋은 거니까. 이거, 그래서, 그러면 어떻게 되냐면 여기 이벤트 가면은 코또가 있어. 코또랑 100% 랜덤 뽑기가 2개 있는데 요거는, 여기서 이제 하나 있으면 코인 뽑기를 이렇게 하는 거예요. 그러면, 이오스! 잠깐만! 잠깐만? 잠깐만. 이오스가 얼마지? 오, 1200원. 나쁘지 않아. 맨날, 아니, 뭐지? 진짜 거의 처음인 것 같은데? 이었어. 나 계속 도지랑 뭐지? 나 이거 저기 도지랑 트론 자판기인 줄 알았는데 다른 것도 주는구나. 오케이. 그러니까 뭐냐면, 이더리움, 솔라나, 이더리움 클래식, 웨이브, 폴카닷, 이오스. 그러니까 당연히 형님들, 돈 주고 뽑는 게 아니라 그냥 이제 커뮤니티에서 그냥 홍보용으로 자기네들 이제 와서 여기서 이제 코인 같은 거 정보 교류하고 자유 게시판에서 놀라고 해주는 거라서 당연히 이더리움 솔라나 이더리움 클래식은 잘 안 주죠. 그쵸? 잘 안 주고 도지 트론 스텔라 리플인데 이것도 뭐 커뮤니티에서 이제 활동하면서 받아가면은 또 재미있는 거니까 그쵸? 재미있는 거고 또 코또는 이거는 조금 만약에 자기가 이런 거 분석 잘한다 가격 잘 맞춘다는 사람은 좀 해보세요. 되면은 나한테 말 좀 해도 혹시나 뭐냐면 이거 돈 드는 거 아니고 그냥 매일마다 한 번씩 응모할 수가 있어요. 어떻게 하냐면 여기 보시면 이 응모하기 해가지고 사토시 단위를 맞추는 거야. 주말. 그러니까 일요일에 이더리움 사토시가 얼마인지 그게 끝. 그래가지고 만약에 종가를 맞추면 맞춘 사람한테 이더리움 하나를 줘요. 그래서 예를 들어서 내일 떨어질 것 같다 싶으면 뭐 533. 난 근데 올라가는 게 좋으니까 538, 7, 4, 2, 뭐 이런 식으로 해가지고 이더리움 종가 이렇게만 하면 되는 거예요. 사실 근데 이게 그리고 만약에 당첨 없으면 다음에는 2개까지도 되니까 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 4, 5 생각한다고? 커뮤니티 가시면 자유 게시판에 여기 EZPZ 1만 포인트 이벤트 이거 있거든요. 여기 보시면은 EZPZ 1만 포인트 이벤트 랜덤 이렇게 써있거든. 이거 여기 쓰면은 혹시라도 좋은 거 나올 수도 있으니까 쓰고 싶으시면 그냥 EZPZ 대문자로 쓰시면 돼요. 대문자 이 중에서 한 분한테 주고 내일은 저기 뭐야 치킨이나 뭐 커피 이런 것도 해주신다고 하니까. 근데 내가 말 안 했거든요. 근데 코알라 커뮤니티 쪽에서 신경 써준다고 하니까 저도 조금 더 이제 챙겨 드려야죠. 그쵸? 0.1% 올랐어. 지켜봐야 될 것 같은데 조금. 어차피 나스닥 개장 그러니까 나스닥 개장은 10시 반이니까. 네, 여기다가 여기 댓글 달아주시면 돼요. 여기다가. 그러면 이제 랜덤으로 주신대요. 이벤트 그러면 이제 코인 뽑기. 그래서 나는 저기 시청자분들이 내 거 써주면 나도 되는 거고 이런 식으로 트론. 그러니까 원래 저번에 시청자분들 중에서 이더리움 클래식 당첨됐거든. 근데 이 닉네임 이름이 EZQN이었나? EZMP였나? 아무튼 그랬어. 아니요, 몸은 그렇게 좋진 않아요. 아, 진짜? 잠깐만. 언제? 종배 형님 언제 받았어? 저번에? 청문회, 네, 틀어놓으시면 이제 할 거예요. 어차피 10시 반에 해요. 10시 반 되면은 그 상원 사이트에서 이제 여기에 라이브 영상이 뜰 거예요. 그 영상 뜨기 전까지 그냥 저희 좀 기다리고 있는 겁니다, 지금. 영상 뜨기 전까지. 그러니까 요거 한 번지 말씀드리면 이거 좋은 거. 만약에 근데 나는 이런 거 가입하는 거 별로 싫다. 그러면 안 하셔도 돼요. 그쵸? 대신에 이제 뉴스 있죠. 뉴스 같은 거 올려주는 거랑 진짜 여기서 제가 가장 좋다고 생각하는 거 공시 올려주는 건 좋아요. 공시. 그러니까 오로라, IP 파일, 마틱, 솔라, 메인넷 업그레이드 이거 그날 하루 이렇게 쓱 보면은 샌드박스 파트너십 누구인지 이것부터 시작해서 공시들이 전체 공시가 쫙 뜬단 말이야. 에이다부터 시작해 뭐 등등 다 샌드박스, 케이크, 인치 뭐 이런 식으로 나는 이게 가장 좋더라. 니어도 니어 재단 커넥트 3 $5만 그랜트 수여 등등 요런 거 뭐 얘네들이 일하고 있나 안 하나 체크도 할 수 있고. 그러니까 코알라 커뮤니티의 목표가 저거래요. 그냥 모든 커뮤니티를 다 통합해서 좋은 것만 싹싹 다 갖다 놓는. 근데 여기 문제 딱 하나 있어. 뭐냐면 자유 게시판에 저기 출석 글들이 너무 많아요. 그러니까 이게 하루에 글을 많이 쓸 수 있으니까 봐봐. 하루에 포인트를 얼마나 받을 수 있냐면 글 작성 10포인트 1 30회, 댓글 1 50회 하다 보니까 이게 조금 좀 요거는 좀 이제 천천히 관리해 주시겠죠. 아무래도 제목에다가 EZPZ 쓰세요. 그러면은 EZPZ 1만 포인트 이벤트 5명 당첨 있는데 이거 10시 5분에 끝내고 한 번 더 하고 그 다음에 이제 근데 나스닥 다시 올라주는데 그래도 여기다가 코알라 사랑해요라고 쓰면 된대요. 코알라 사랑해요. 그러면은 그 중에서 한 명 뽑아서 드릴게요. 아니, 5명한테 10,000포인트씩. 10,000포인트면 몇 번 할 수 있지? 이거 10번 이상 할 수 있어. 10번 이상 할 수 있어. 그럼 포인트는 뭐 현금인가요? 라고 하시는 분들한테는 그거 아니고 포인트는 현금으로 못 얻어요. 로그인하고 글 작성하고 댓글. 그러니까 네이버 카페 같은 데서 이제 뭐 등업 시스템 같은 거? 네이버 카페? 그러니까 이제 네이버 카페 같은 데는 그래도 활동하면은 냉정하게 딱히 주는 건 없잖아요. 근데 여기는 아이고 코알라 형님들 계셨네. 코알라 이지피지 코알라 화이팅. 아유 감사합니다 광고주님. 그러니까 이게 뭐 그냥 그러니까 이거를 솔직히 말씀드리면 막 무슨 어마어마한 돈벌이라고 생각하지 마시고 그냥 기왕 이제 뭐 뉴스나 뭐 데이터존 같은 거 보러 오면서 겸사겸사 이제 뭐 콧도 한번 하고 코인 뽑기 해서 모으고 해서 5,000원 되면은 출금도 된대요. 그러니까 그렇게 해서 한번 재미있게 한번 해봐요. 뭐 손해볼 건 없으니까. 그리고 만약에 나는 이런데 가입하는 거 너무 싫어요 라고 하시면 안 해도 돼요. 그냥 이제 뭐지? 이런 거 있잖아. 그냥 그 뉴스랑 데이터존만 보세요. 연설은 10시 반입니다. 지금 기다리고 있어요. 그렇지 않아도. 휴대폰 어플은 아직 없어요. 채팅도 없고 지금 하나씩 하나씩 다 만들고 계신다고 하니까 음. 자, 일단 1차는 그리고 만약에 본인이 진짜 말도 안 되게 뭐 솔라나 당첨됐다. 솔라나가 지금 얼마지? 5만 원이에요. 혹시라도 만약에 솔라나 당첨됐다. 저를 잊지 마세요. 알겠죠? 그냥 EZPZ 쓰면 돼요. 추천인 아이디. 그거 안 쓰시고 만약에 뭐 친구 거 쓰셔도 되고 알아서 하시면 됩니다. 뭐 그렇다고 뭐 나한테 뭐 돈이 떨어지는 건 아니라서 저도 그냥 이거 한 번 더 할 수 있게 되는 거예요. 만약에 솔라나 이상으로 당첨됐다. 근데 만약에 나한테 모른 척 한다. 그러면은 어 그럼 슬플 것 같아요. 아까 그 누구지? 어떤 분 이클 당첨됐다는데 왜 나는 안 되고 왜 저분은 이클이 되지? 그렇다고 또 이제 또 그건 있어요. 이게 뭐 돈 받고 하는 게 아니기 때문에 그러니까 돈이 들여서 하는 게 아니기 때문에 너무 또 막 좋은 것만 나오길 바라는 것도 좀 안 좋긴 한데 그래도 혹시라도 될 수 있으니까. 네, 비트는 안 나와요. 비트가 나오면 사실상 그거는 좀 사기 아닐까? 어떻게 비트를 줘? 이거 커뮤니티 운영해가지고 이더는 몰라도 비트는 그러니까 소소하게 재미있게 놀자는 거. 그러니까 이게 저는 항상 그렇거든요. 그러니까 왜 어떤 분이 나한테 왜 네이버 카페 활동 안 하냐 그래서 왜 안 하냐고 얘기했냐면 그냥 뭔가 나한테 완전 이득이 단 하나도 없는데 네이버 카페에서 막 그런 거 하고 있는 게 너무 귀찮다라고 했거든요. 근데 마침 딱 여기에서 해주니까 코드 분석 이런 분석은 또 뭐야? 분석한 사람도 있어. 안녕하세요 여러분. 코알라에서 이벤트 달달하게 하나씩 챙겨가는 글쓴입니다. 여러분들을 위해 코드 이벤트에 대해 하나씩 분석해 보려고 합니다. 먼저 도지 에어드랍 인증. 이거 그냥 도지 사실 이번 이벤트 7자리 숫자를 맞추는 이벤트라 사실 로또에 가까운 확률이 아니냐라고 할 수 있는데 꼭 그렇지 않습니다. 이거 뭔가 로또 분석하는 형님 같은데? EZPZ 대문자 쓰시면 돼요. 아니 근데 형님 이거 7숫자 맞추는 거는 솔직히 냉정하게 그 랜덤 아니에요? 맨 앞자리는 사실 맞출 수 있다 치고 두 번째 자리까지는 근데 세 번째 자리도 되려나? 네 번째 자리부터는 사실상 맞춘다는 게 좀 힘들지 않나? 음, 그러니까 근데 앞 두 자리까지는 괜찮지 않아? 두 자리? 두 자리. 왜냐하면 앞에 5는 사실 변하진 않을 텐데. 세부? 머프 형님 잠깐만 가지 마세요. 나와보세요. 잠깐만. 머프 형님. 아니 여행 가가지고 행복하지 않으세요?
세부 기념 슈퍼챗 남기고 갑니다. 오늘도 고생 많으십니다.
아니 여행 가가지고 왜 싫어요? 너무 힘들다고? 진짜요? 애가 둘이셨구나. 아, 근데 하나인 줄 알았어. 애가 둘이셨구나. 아, 그럼 인정합니다. 그러면 인정합니다. 아, 고생하시네. 아, 화이팅입니다. 머프 형님. 재밌게 놀다가 돌아오세요. 감사합니다. 그래도 부럽다, 세부. 어, 애 데리고 가면 더 이상 즐기는 여행이 아니죠. 또 하나의 일일 뿐. 아, 그런가요? 저는 아직 애가 없어서. 그렇구나. 아무튼, 자, 그럼 형님들 추첨 한번 해볼게요, 이거. 이제. 일단은, 어디였어? 어디 보자. 원래? 잠깐만, 어디였어? 여기다 50명인데? 잠깐만. 50명인데 어떻게 뽑지? 잠깐만요. 인원수가 좀 많은데? 잠깐만. 50명이지. 딱 그러면 위에서 49명이니까 그 번호로 랜덤 할게요. 그 랜덤 번호 뽑기 해가지고 그냥 랜덤 번호 뽑기. 저거 바뀌지 않을 거 아니야. 순서대로 될 거 아니야, 다. 그치? 일단은 랜덤 번호 뽑기 해가지고 1에서 49 해서 1에서 49. 자, 다섯 명 뽑을게요. 8번이면 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, 다섯, 여섯, 일곱, 여덟. 법조인님 맞지? 이거 맞잖아. 법조인님. 잠깐만요. 오케이. 법조인님이고, 그 다음에 뭐야? 잠깐만요. 아니요. 근데 그 뭐지? 위에여가지고 10분의 1 확률이 5분의 1인가? 5분의 1 확률이니까 나쁘지 않지. 잠깐만요. 설마. 안 돼! 안 된다! 잠깐만. 오케이. 아니야. 살아있어. 안 돼. 저기, 잠깐만. 안 돼! 살려주세요. 이지피지의 힘이란 참, 너무 주체할 수가 없는데? 잠깐만요. 아니야, 어제 쉬었어요, 어제. 아, 이럴 수가. 서버가 터진 것 같은데? 잠깐만요. 이제 다음은 이제 네이버 한번 터트려야 되나? 네이버? 네, 네이버에 한번 터트려야 되나? 아무튼 잠깐만 일단은 랜덤 뽑기 8, 그 다음 9, 뭐야? 8, 9, 3, 왜 앞에 번호만 나오지? 두 명 더. 이거 완전 거의 선착순 느낌인데? 36, 그리고 42. 42. 형님들 그래도 이해 많이 해주세요. 저기가 그래도 코알라 커뮤니티가 그래도 최대한 깨끗하게 운영하려고 노력하는 게 보여서 그래서 저도 광고 받은 거예요. 그러니까 뭐 예를 들어서 그 이제 돈 있잖아, 돈 들이거나 이런 거가 있을 수도 있는데 그냥 에어드랍부터 시작해서 다 그냥 공짜로 하더라고. 뭐 당연히 이제 커뮤니티다 보니까는 나중에 뭐 이제 뭐 구글 광고라든지 이런 걸로 수익을 올릴 수 있긴 하지만 사실 우리가 관리하고 만드는 게 귀찮은 거잖아. 그러니까 파월 형님은 곧 출근 예정입니다. 22분 뒤에. 숫자 다 뽑아놨으니까 일단 1차 10,000포인트씩 5분은 이렇게 드릴게요. 보너스 한번 또 돌려달라고? 아 진짜? 저기요 39. 뭔가 로또 그럴싸한데? 이거 한번 사볼까? 연달아 나오는 거 8, 9 거기다가 뭔가 잠깐만 3, 8, 9 36, 42, 39, 42? 그럴싸한데 이거 아무도 사지 마세요. 나 혼자 살 거야. 알겠지? 괜히 당첨됐다가 우리 이번처럼 저기 한 사람당 3억씩 받아가는 불상사는 없기를 바랍니다. 저, 저번처럼 그런 불상사는 있으면 안 돼요. 알겠죠? 농협에서 정모한다고 한 사람당 2천만 원씩. 너무 싫다. 아니 로또 1등 당첨됐는데 로또 1등 당첨됐는데 2천만 원이면은 진짜 슬플 것 같은데 한 사람당 막 사람들 놀리는 거 아니야? 당첨됐다 그러면 농협 정모. 레벨 8까지 글도배하고 이클 하나에 5이오스 출금하고 정지당했다고? 왜 그랬어? 굳이 그렇게 영구 정지당할 만큼 저기 댓글이나 안 해도 되잖아. 아쉽다. EZPZ 티셔츠 맞다 형님들 나 이거를 자랑을 못했어. 이거 시청자분이 이거 만들어 주셨다? 이거 처음 보죠? 내가 그때 한참 멘탈이 안 좋았었을 때여가지고 이거 봐봐. 이쁘죠? 아니 티가 나오는 건 아니고 영스님 안녕하세요. 이거 봐봐 누가 이거 만들어줬어. 어. 저 코인 출시하나요? 안 해요. 뭔가 이거 만들어줬어. 몰랐는데 나도 이게 레몬이었어. 그러니까 레몬에다가 EZPZ 이제 비트코인 해가지고 만들어주셨더라고. 아니요, NFT는 아니고 NFT 발행하라고? 아니요, 이거는 NFT 발행 안 해요. 내 거예요. 어디 상장하냐고? 서버 증설을 못한 것 같아요. 네, 왜냐하면 사람들이 이렇게 많이 올 줄 몰라가지고 네. 된 것 같은데 또? 아무튼 EZPZ 파워 언제부터 한 거냐고요? 저는 9시 반부터 했어요. 9시 반. 좀 있으면 나옵니다. 좀 있으면 나와요. 이거는 저 그 시청자분이 만들어 준 거예요. 이거 밑에 거. 이거 그 HTML로 만들어 주신 거라 트레이딩 뷰 걸로 해가지고 그니까 근데 좀 두렵다 형님들 저의 파워 그쵸? 벌써 저기 코알라 커뮤니티 2번 터뜨렸어. 어. 몰랐는데 그거 뭐지 추천이네 이거 EZPZ 이걸로 하면은 2개 더 준대요. 나도 지금 방금 봤네. 나름 그래도 콜라보라고 저기 해주셨구나. 추천 이내 EZPZ 적으면 2개 더 뽑을 수 있대요. 속이요. 저 지금 속 아직도 아파요. 아, 진짜로. 지금도 속이 쓰라려. 근데 괜찮아요. 약 먹었더니. 원래 1개인데 1개 더해서 총 2개. 그러니까 원래 1개인데 1개 더해서 총 2개 준다는데 혹시 대문자로 쓰셨어요? 대문자? 뭐야? 나스닥 뭐야? 어? 가뿐나? 아, 1개 받았다고? 이거 대문자로 쓰니까 받아요? 그러니까 이거 EZPZ 하면은 뽑기권 1개랑 700포인트 2개 준대요. 그래서 이따가 좀 나중에 가서 좀 괜찮아지시면 포인트로 사시면 돼요. 그니까 포인트. 뽑기권 1개 주고 포인트 준대요. 그렇게 해서 소문자? 잠깐만, 한번 물어볼게. 소문자로 쓰면 어떻게 되는지. 그러면은 소문자는 또 다른 사람이 있나 본데? 소문자로 하신 분들이 되게 많네. 아, 안 계셔서 무효래. 아니, 그냥 안 계셔서 무효래. 이게 대문자로 할 때, 대문자로, 대문자로 해야 된대. 어, 그나저나 오늘 어떻게 될라나? 저번에 형님도 이거 기억나시죠? 이거, 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 내 생각 기준 바닥 나왔는데 이게 과연 바닥일까? 이거 3월달에 그린 거였잖아요. 여기 지지 못하면은 초록 라인까지 빠질 거라고 봤던 거. 여기가 내가 생각하는 바닥인데, 바닥일까 아니면 더 빠질까? 아, 아니 어쩐지 나한테도 많이 안 들어오더라. 그랬더니만 그런 이유가 있었구나. 아이고. 오늘 거기까지가 아니라 이미 여기까지 떨어졌어요. 음. 좀 너무 빠르게 떨어지긴 했는데. 아이고. 컨펌이 필요하다. 바이든 형님을 믿는 게 아니었는데. 형님들 어때? 오늘 저거 만족하나요? 어때요? 만족하세요? 이거? 이거 만족하세요? 되게 심혈을 기울여서 만들었어요. 이거 많은 생각을 하면서 바이든 형님 인플레이션 잡으라. 그리고 옐런 누나 미심쩍은 그리고 우리의 슈퍼맨 마스터 오브 마스터 블라드미르 푸틴 형님 블라디미르 푸틴 지금 옐런님은 손절각 재고 있습니다. 그리고 파월 형님 지금 혼자서 힘들고 상사 여러분과 우리 그리고 나 그리고 여러분의 사수 혹은 상사 일 똑바로 못하면서 우리만 갈구는. 그쵸? 아니, 분명히 똥은 상사가 쌌는데 내가 치우고 있는. 똥, 똥은 분명히 이 아저씨가, 이 상사가 이상한 거 막 해보라 그래가지고, 그거 하려고 커버 쳤는데, 왜 욕은 내가 먹고 있는지 모르겠고. 어, 그니까 파월 형님도 사실 솔직히 파월 형님이 무슨 잘못이 있겠어요. 그쵸? 유가를 잡아야 되는데, 거기서 친환경 하고 있으니까. 블라드 형님은 이제 사실상 지금 연준 실세 느낌이고, 음. 오늘 방송 그 미국 상원 저기 연설 있어요. 연설이 아니라 청문회. 막 그 미국 국의회에서 돌아가면서 이제 저기 뭐냐 그 파월 형님한테 막 질문하고 막 괴롭히고 그럴 거예요. 옐런 누나는 이미 눈물 글썽글썽 했거든요. 둘 다 빡세요. 상원은 상원대로 빡세고 하원은 하원대로 빡세고. 그러니까 이게 증시 반영이 어떤 식으로 되냐면,
지금부터다. 님 에드벌룬 1개 감사합니다.
지금부터는 팬까지 감사합니다. 이게 증시 반영이 만약에 될 때 어떻게 되냐면, 이제 상원이 물어볼 거예요. 만약 인플레이션이 안 잡혀. 그러면은 100bp도 테이블 위에 있나? 라고 물어볼 거예요. 거기서 만약에 두루뭉실하게 얘기해야 되는데, 뭐 충분히 100bp 인상도 가능하다라는 식으로 얘기가 나오면, 이제 시장이 그거에 반응을 해요. 빠르면은 뭐 1, 2분 안에, 늦으면은 뭐 5분, 10분, 어떨 때는 30분 뒤에도 반응하기도 하고. 왜냐하면은 뭐 100bp 얘기 거의 나오지 않을까 싶기도 하고, 특히 내일 하원에서는. 상원은 조금 애매하고. 근데 일단은 잘 피해 다니는 스타일이긴 한데, 요번에는 코너에 좀 물려가지고, 요번에는 조금 파월 형님도 좀 코너에 물렸어요. 근데 더 이상 뒤로 물러날 데가 없어서 승부 볼 수도 있어, 충분히. 상원은 금리 이야기, 하원은 기름값 이야기 하지 않을까요? 예를 들어서 있잖아요. 기름값 얘기도 할 수 있어, 기름값. 그러니까 상원이랑 하원은요, 되게 직설적이에요. 옐런 누나가, 옐런 재무장관이 눈물 글썽글썽 하면서 울 뻔했어요. 질문 때문에. 너무 직설적이고 표독스러워가지고 질문들이 아예 그냥 핵심을 찔러버리니까 막말로 뭐 기름값 잡을 생각 없냐 미쳤나 막 이런 식으로 얘기할 수 있어요.
IPHONECLS 하트님 수익가즈아. 이지피즈님 오늘도 방송 잘 보겠습니다.
아이고 아이폰 7S님 감사합니다. 고맙습니다. 그래서 상원이나 하원 청문회 같은 경우에는 제가 가능하면은 중요한 거 위주로 번역을 해드립니다. 왜냐하면 모든 거를 다 번역하려 그러면 이게 4시간, 2시간 반 정도에서 3시간까지 하거든요. 길게 하면. 그거 다 할 수가 없기 때문에. 파월이 기름값을 정하는 것은 아닌데 할 말이 있을까요? 예를 들어서 유가가 떨어지지 않는다. 잡지 못할 경우 금리를 더 올릴 것이냐. 뭐 그럼 이제 이런 식으로 두루뭉실하게 얘기하겠죠. 뭐 그때 상황을 가서 봐야 되겠지만 뭐 유가가 많이 오른다면 그리고 내려올 생각을 안 한다면 뭐 금리를 더 잡아야 될 수도 있다. 소비를 좀 줄이게 해야 될 수도 있다. 뭐 이런 식으로 얘기를 할 수도 있고 그러면 이제 그 함정을 통해서 그렇다면 지금 금리가 지금 뭐 100bp 인상도 가능하다는 얘기냐라는 식으로 물어볼 수도 있고. 와 근데 잠깐만 저 뭐야? 나스닥 봐봐요. 100포인트를 올려버리네 순식간에. 허허. 됐다. 잠깐만 누군지 한번 볼까? 여기 있다. 자 3번이 누구냐면 3번 1, 2, 3 광대. 광대. 잠깐만. 광대 그리고 잠깐만 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 법조인님 8, 9, 10, 9 주왑 주웹이야? 주웹? 주웹 그리고 잠깐만 몇 명이 총 잠깐만 주웹이 9잖아 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36 만기님 만기님 36 만기 아니요 이제 곧 시작할 거예요 만기 그 다음에 빠다맨이 37 38 39 40 41 42 잠깐만 빠다맨 형님 아니 잠깐만 타임 저기요 아니 댓글을 3개를 달면 어떡해 3개에서 빼야 되겠다 잠깐만 여기가 36이지 36 36 37 38 아니지 잠깐만 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 타이거킹 타이거킹 이렇게 해가지고 이거 포인트 댓글이랑 글 많이 달아야 되는 거 안 달으시고 이 5분한테는 10,000포인트씩 드린대요. 그리고 이제 곧 파월 시작해야 되니까 제가 이거는 해놓고 나서 두 번째 거는 여기 미리 써놓을 테니까 저거 다 끝나고 나서 제가 하겠습니다. 코알라 커뮤니티 최고로 가자. 주소 뭐냐고? 잠깐만요. 그냥 koala.co.kr 이렇게 가면 돼. 가서 만약에 쓸 때 EZPZ 대문자로 쓰면 되고 요것도 5명 이렇게 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요 형주님 하이요. 요거 해서 이렇게 해가지고 마지막으로 지금 넘어가기 전에 포인트는 획득하시려면 돈을 쓰는 게 아니라요. 그냥 네이버 카페처럼 로그인하면 20포인트, 글 작성하면 10포인트, 댓글 작성하면 3포인트 해서 이거 그렇게만 뽑을 수 있어요. 돈을 쓰는 게 아니라 그러니까 이거 가서 뭐 해보시고 그다음에 이것도 그냥 매일마다 그냥 본인이 이번 주말 이더리움 종가 맞출 수 있다면 한번 맞춰보세요. 그러면 이더리움 하나 주니까. 그리고 이 랜덤 뽑기 이렇게 클릭하면은 도저히 나는 왜 이더리움 클라우드가 아니라 이더리움 클래식이나 좋은 거는 받지 못하는 걸까? 나는 아니 솔직히 이런 데서 솔직히 나를 딱 이더리움이나 솔라나 이런 거 하나 줘야 되는 거 아닌가? 그래야 뭔가 사람들이 보고 이런데 근데 너무 공평해. 그냥 이거 어차피 공짜니까 그냥 재미있게 뭐 커뮤니티 보면서 그냥 뭐 간식값 번다고만 생각하세요. 너무 크게 생각하지 마시고. 그러니까 뉴스랑 데이터존이랑 공시존은 솔직히 진짜 좋거든요. 이런 거 보는 용도로 쓰시면 되니까. EZPZ. EZPZ. 용경님, 25,000 후원 감사합니다. 사랑합니다. 오늘의 시청료. 자, 이제 2분 남았습니다.
형 오늘 시청료.
이제 넘어갈 준비를 해야죠. 아무튼 10명 해주신대. 10명 해주신다니까. 근데 난 솔직히 말해서 제가 고민을 많이 하다가 여기 걸 받은 거예요. 그러니까 며칠 지켜봤거든. 뭐 하는 데인가? 근데 진짜 그냥 커뮤니티만 하는데요. 커뮤니티만. 이걸 갖다가 뭐 거래소랑 뭐 유착 관계가 있거나 이런 것도 없고, 그냥 아무래도 커뮤니티도 흥하면은 또 그쵸, 돈이 되기도 하니까, 그저 관리하는 게 너무 빡세고 그러니까. 어. 자, 그러면 이제 슬슬 라이브가 틀어지겠죠?
파월님 수익 가즈아. 오늘 또 번역 고마워요.
아이고, 파월님, 그거 알아요, 형님들? 제가 유행 하나 시켰다. 뭘 유행시켰냐면 커뮤니티에 파월들이 많이 보여. 파월들이. 뭐 특히나 아프리카의 파월은 내가 전파시켰어. 아프리카 TV에 파월 보이면 그거는 제가 전파시킨 거예요. 한 10명 정도 있거든. 그리고 유튜브에서도 제롬 파월 보이면 제가 감염시킨 겁니다. 이분들 있죠. 광대님, 법조인님, 주웹님, 만기님, 타이거킹님 만포인트씩 지급 완료했대요. 만포인트씩 지급 완료했다니까. 네, 벌써 지급했으니까 한번 뽑아보세요. 아시겠죠? 그리고 만약에 솔라나나 이더 나온다. 근데 나한테 안 준다. 그러면 진짜 차단합니다. 예. 됐다. 떴다. 지금 10명한테 준다니까 만약에 코알라 커뮤니티 그거 하신 분들은 댓글 달아 놓으세요. 제가 이거 청문회 끝나고 나서 그 중에서 이따가 뽑을게요. 10명. 그냥 그 댓글만 달아 놓고 주무시면 됩니다. 솔직히 파월 형님 되게 친근하게 생기지 않았어요? 솔직히 나도 솔직히 말해서 파월 형님 잘 됐으면 좋겠어. 그래도 나름 우리 입장에서는 그래도 암호화폐 쪽이나 주식 쪽에 그렇게 막 너무 막 안 좋은 사람은 아니에요. 냉정하게. 그냥 되게 뭔가 그냥 되게 인자한 할아버지처럼 생겨가지고. 그러니까 자주 봐서 친근한 거야. 나스닥 근데 뭐예요 이거? 나스닥 개장했습니다. 나스닥 오픈. 나스닥 오픈했습니다. 나스닥 오픈. 뭐야? 요즘 그냥 멋대로구나. 그냥 아주 그냥 오르고 내리고 가. 야, 뭐야 이건 또. 야, 이거 1.5% 내린 거를 나스닥이 멱살 잡고 끌어올린 거야? 파월 페이퍼 나왔다. 파월 페이퍼 나왔습니다. 페이퍼. 어디 보자.
Senate Banking, Housing and Urban Affairs Committee will come to order. Today's hearing is in the hybrid format. Our witness, of course, is in person. Members have the option to appear either way. We welcome the Chair of the Federal Reserve.
담배형
Has recently
오셨다.
been confirmed for a second term and has this is his first hearing
거기
since
놔두면
that.
될
We've seen
거예요.
today
놔두면.
We've seen the
담배형
fastest
오셨다,
growth in
담배형.
decades, faster even than China's, the lowest unemployment levels in 50 years. When Americans see the price of gas and groceries and rent going up week after week, available jobs and long-awaited wage gains don't mean as much and don't go as far. American families have been through enough the past 2 years, but for most people, it's not just the past 2 years that have been tough. Our economy hasn't worked for most Americans for far too long. Whether it's war or disease or financial crisis or sweeping over all of it, the march of globalization, workers and their families always bear the biggest burden, whether it's in the form of higher prices or lost jobs or low wages or devastation to their community or all of the above. It's not inevitable. The economy isn't physics. The ghost of Adam Smith would not recognize America today. There is no invisible hand of the market. When prices go up, it's because someone made a choice to raise them. In corporate boardrooms, when supply chains slow down or input costs go up or resources become scarce, executives make decisions. Do we cut back on bonuses? Do we rethink our stock buyback plan? Do we forego executive raises this year? Do we post quarterly profits that are still higher than last year, but maybe not quite as high as analysts thought they could be? Or do we raise prices and foist all the negative consequences of world events onto the people who can least afford them? We know what, in this country, most corporations do. They make the same choice they've always made, no matter the economic conditions of the moment. Most of these executives, they're not bad people, they're just doing their jobs, they tell us. It's the Wall Street system. These executives have to post profit increases for their shareholders quarter after quarter after quarter. The consequences for everything else be damned, and everyone else be damned. It's why for decades, Wall Street's rewarded the companies that squeeze their workers the hardest, companies that cut wages and retirement benefits, then cut corners on worker safety and on consumer protection just to make their stock prices go up. It's why too many companies fail to invest in their workers or their products. It's why companies moved manufacturing overseas and then neglected the supply chains that have been crippled during the pandemic, contributing mightily to inflation. It's why big corporations, Amazon, Starbucks, why they bust unions. It's why oil and gas companies would rather charge higher prices than increase supply to meet demand. We aren't witnessing traditional inflation. We're watching Russia and OPEC drive up prices and American energy companies engage in wartime profiteering. At the root of the higher prices and the empty shelves are the same problem that's been shipping jobs overseas and keeping wages low for decades, from Nevada to Massachusetts to Ohio. Corporate power, concentration reaching into every industry and market, into every corner of the economy. Our economy doesn't have to be a zero-sum game where Wall Street wins, everyone else loses. We can create an economy that reflects our values and works for everyone. We passed the American Rescue Plan, including the child tax credit, the biggest tax cut for working families ever. And despite what naysayers claim, of course it wasn't the cause for inflation. For the American families that I talked to, it empowered them to keep up with the cost of raising children. We passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill, a long-term investment in economic growth that creates more jobs, strengthens supply chains, improves our bridges and roads and public transit. Last week, President Biden signed the Bipartisan Ocean Shipping Reform Act into law, bringing down ocean shipping supply chain costs. We need to build on these successes to build an economy that rewards work, making things in America. We should pass our Supply Chain Resiliency Act and begin to bring manufacturing back to our country. We should bring down the cost of prescription drugs and housing and child care and elder care and other costs that have been rising for decades. We need to pass the Protecting the Right to Organize Act to empower workers in the workplace and our economy so they actually get their fair share. We need to crack down on corporate concentration and consolidation. Fair competition is good for workers and consumers and Main Street businesses. It's a core American value. It's how we bring costs down and ensure that workers don't always pay the price for powerful people's bad decisions, whether it's a dictator in Eastern Europe or a Wall Street executive. In a truly fair economy, people don't have to choose between two bad options, low wages or high prices. No one likes inflation. People want good jobs and a living wage. Americans want to work. They want to work with dignity. That's central to the functioning of our economy. And as Chair Powell knows, it's part of the Fed's mandate. We must continue to power workers and strengthen the labor market. Wages are clearly not responsible for inflation now. We can't forget that almost 6 million people are still looking for work, actual workers behind the numbers whose livelihoods are directly affected by the decisions the Fed makes. And as interest rates rise and financial stability risks increase, it's even more important to keep a close watch on the biggest banks so that excessive risk-taking doesn't create even more problems. Banks must have enough capital to withstand a crisis. They must serve their communities, not just enrich themselves with stock buybacks and exorbitant executive pay. And mergers must benefit the local community, not just shareholders. We've seen too much evidence of big Wall Street banks behaving badly, shunning small businesses, raking in billions in overdraft fees, discriminating all too often against black and brown borrowers. Chair Powell, you must also ensure we have a strong payment system that works for Main Street banks and consumers so people don't feel like the only option is a risky and unregulated alternative financial system backed by nothing but empty promises. The thousands of proxy currencies like stablecoin and other digital assets, they promise transparency and democracy are missing one thing. They aren't backed by the full faith and credit of the United States of America. The Federal Reserve, our nation's central bank, must use its authority to protect consumers and the financial system from these risks. And you, Mr. Chair, must ensure that the Fed has the highest ethical standards. After former Fed officials profited off their positions in last year's stock trading scandal, it's up to you to restore the American people's and us to restore the American people's trust in this institution that's critical for a healthy economy. I was encouraged when you updated the Fed's policies, but we need rules that have the force of law. That's why we need to pass my Ban Conflicted Trading at the Fed Act. As chair of the Federal Reserve, you have an important role to play to make sure our economy works for everyone, not just those at the top. I urge you to remember the millions of working Americans who are counting on you. I will turn to today's ranking member, Mr. Tillis from North Carolina, and then Chair Powell. And the first questioner will be Senator Warren, who has another engagement. Plus, it's her birthday, so every time birthday she gets to go first if she has. And I have to introduce a judicial candidate in judiciary, so I may have to step up. Your 80th birthday today, Senator Kennedy. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Chairman Powell. Congratulations on your confirmation. I was proud to support it. When you testified before this committee in March, inflation was at a 40-year high, and the Federal Reserve regional banks were stonewalling reasonable requests for information about their activities.
지금 파월 저기 글이 나왔어요. 그래서 그거 지금 읽고 있거든요. 질문하고 답변할 때 글로 넘어가서 이거 파월이 한 얘기예요. 파월. 오늘 사실 연설문 있죠. 연설문 미리 제출한 게 나와서 그거 지금 읽으면서 해드리고 있습니다. 어차피 이 할아버지들이 하는 소리는 사실 질문 말고는 크게 중요하지가 않기 때문에 자기 생일이라서 더 먼저 말해야 된다고 막 그런 얘기하고 있으니까.
March of 2021, the U.S. economy, as measured by the range of economic factors, was well on its way to recovery. Unemployment was at 6%. Down from its pandemic worst of nearly 50%.
바이든 아니에요. 바이든 아닙니다. 아닙니다.
A tighter labor market. In fact, 18 states already had unemployment rates below 5%. They often cite a threshold to identify a labor market that's almost at full capacity. Likewise, consumer spending had recovered, and it was actually above pre-pandemic levels at 4.5%. And the personal savings rate had returned by 80% to its pre-pandemic state, indicating Americans were capable and willing to spend. Considering these factors and many others, CBO projected that the United States would return to pre-COVID economic levels in GDP output by mid-2021, just a couple of months away.
이 몇 명들 질문하고 나면 이제 파월 나올 겁니다.
Of one major area of concern, the disruption of supply chains. In fact, President Biden issued a February 2021 executive order to review U.S. supply chains, in part acknowledging they were already straining to meet rising consumer demand. Yet, despite these facts, a soon-to-be recovered economy, stronger consumer spending, and known limitations on supply side due to the documented supply chain issues, the Biden administration and congressional Democrats still somehow considered it responsible to ram through a partisan $1.9 trillion spending spree. It is little wonder how this catalyzed inflation we see today. And don't just take my word for it. Just last week, economists at Morgan Stanley blamed the 40-year high inflation on, this is a quote from their report, excess fiscal stimulus, particularly the last $1.9 trillion package at the end of March 2021. Adding, this is what turbocharged consumption and drove inflation to 40-year highs. Considering this damning assessment of the last reconciliation package, I can only add that any efforts to revive Democrats' currently stalled tax and spending legislation would no doubt worsen our economic condition. Regarding the Fed specifically, though I'm pleased you have begun taking drastic action necessary to right the U.S. economy, these actions and monetary policy remains too loose. CPI inflation now stands at 8.6% per year, but the Fed fund rate sits at 1.6%. According, should be over 6% under the Taylor rule. This disparity indicates not only the lengths the Fed has yet to go to normalize monetary policy, but also the fact that the Fed has largely boxed itself in to a menu of purely reactive policy measures. Unless the Fed works quickly to move away from their discretion-based monetary policy approach that has remained consistently well behind the curve, I'm concerned the Fed will lose its credibility to effectively manage the national economic situation. Regarding congressional oversight of the Fed, I remain concerned that the Fed and its regional banks continue a pattern of stonewalling reasonable requests for information. The latest example concerns the fairness, transparency, and consistency of Fed decisions to granting highly valuable Fed master accounts. This is a significant public policy issue. Ranking Member Toomey, myself, Senator Lummis, and others have repeatedly requested information about this from the Fed and the Kansas City Fed, yet we still have few, if any, answers. Just this month, the Kansas City Fed refused to provide any information about its recent decision to revoke the master account for Reserve Trust, a non-bank fintech. This is significant given the controversy that arose in former Governor Raskin's nomination process when it was revealed that the Kansas City Fed reversed its denial of Reserve Trust application for a Fed master account following a call from Ms. Raskin. Now, months after defending the decision to grant Reserve Trust a master account, the Kansas City Fed abruptly revoked the account without explanation. The Kansas City Fed won't give banking Republicans information or even a briefing about this curious reversal. And it's important to point out that Republicans aren't the only ones who have found it difficult to conduct Fed oversight. Several of my Democratic colleagues, including Senators Warren and Menendez, have been vocal when they also found their oversight efforts met with resistance. To address this unacceptable state of affairs, Congress should increase transparency at the Fed. Two simple steps that Republicans and Democrats can take together are subject the Fed banks to FOIA, which they currently are not, and forbid the Fed from using FOIA exemptions to withhold information from any member of Congress, not just committee chairmen. The second idea is a bipartisan proposal that's already passed the House and something Senator Ossoff has mentioned with regard to various federal agencies in the past. Likewise, Congress should also explore making the presidents of the regional Fed banks presidentially appointed and Senate-confirmed positions. This is another bipartisan idea, as Senator Reid previously proposed this requirement for the New York Fed bank president position. And in 2015, Chairman Brown himself raised the idea during a banking committee hearing on reforms to the Fed. The time has come to revisit these sensible ideas and others in order to make the Fed more transparent and more accountable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to Chairman Powell's testimony.
Thank you, Senator Tillis. We'll hear from the Chair of the Federal Reserve on monetary policy, the state of our economy. Congratulations again on your second term, second confirmation to your second term. Thanks for your service and your testimony. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Brown, Senator Tillis, and other members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to present the Fed's semi-annual monetary policy report. I'll begin with one overarching message. At the Fed, we understand the hardship that high inflation is causing. We are strongly committed to bringing inflation back down, and we're moving expeditiously to do so. We have both the tools we need and the resolve it will take to restore.
자, 형님들 지금 말하는 거 있죠? 제가 미리 해드린 거예요. 이게 읽을 거를 미리 제출을 하거든요. 그래서 이거 제가 미리 해드린 거예요. 알겠죠? 잘했죠? 네, 감사합니다.
I will review the current economic situation before turning to monetary policy. Inflation remains well above our
그러니까 저 종이 있잖아. 저게 미리 나와요. 딱 할 때. 그래가지고 저기 할아버지들만 이상한 얘기 하는 동안에 미리 한 거예요. 아마 보셨으면 딱 아실 겁니다. 대략.
0.3%. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 4.9%. The available data for May suggests that the core measure likely held at that pace or eased slightly last month. Aggregate demand is strong, supply constraints have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, and price pressures have spread to a broad range of goods and services. The surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is boosting prices for gasoline and fuel and is creating additional upward pressure on inflation. And COVID-19 related lockdowns in China are likely to exacerbate ongoing supply chain disruptions. Over the past year, inflation also increased rapidly in many foreign economies, as discussed in a box in the June Monetary Policy Report. Overall economic activity edged down in the first quarter as unusually sharp swings in inventories and net exports more than offset continued strong underlying demand. Recent indicators suggest that real GDP growth has picked up this quarter, with consumption spending remaining strong.
지금 파트가 어디냐면 여기 보시면은 어디 갔어? 그러니까 중요한 내용만 뽑아왔어요. 지금 여기 이 내용이고 이제 메인 이벤트는 질문입니다.
With supply. The labor market has remained extremely tight, with the unemployment rate near a 50-year low, job vacancies at historical highs, and wage
근데 중간중간에 추가적으로 말하는 게 있을 수 있으니까 한번 들어보고요.
rose by an average of 408,000 jobs per month, down from the average pace seen earlier in the year, but still robust. Improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. A box in the June Monetary Policy Report discusses developments in employment and earnings across all major demographic groups. Labor demand is very strong, while labor supply remains subdued, with the labor force participation rate little changed since January. The Fed's monetary policy
방금 말했던 거, 노동의 수요는 매우 강력하며 노동 공급 여전히 약합니다. 노동력의 참여율은 January, 1월 이후 변동이 크지 않습니다.
poses significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we're strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. Against the backdrop of the rapidly evolving economic environment, our policy has been adapting, and it will continue to do so. With inflation well above our longer-run goal of 2% and an extremely tight labor market, we raised the target range for the federal funds rate at each of our past 3 meetings, resulting in a 1.5 percentage point increase in the target range so far this year. The committee reiterated that it anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate. In May, we announced plans for reducing the size of our balance sheet, and shortly thereafter began the process of significantly reducing our securities holdings. Financial conditions have been tightening since last fall and have now tightened significantly, reflecting both policy actions that we have already taken, as well as anticipated actions. Over coming months, we'll be looking for compelling evidence that inflation is moving down, consistent with inflation returning to 2%. We anticipate that ongoing rate increases will be appropriate. The pace of those changes will continue to depend on the incoming data and the evolving outlook for the economy. We will make our decisions meeting by meeting, and will continue to communicate our thinking as clearly as possible. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Making appropriate monetary policy in this uncertain environment requires a recognition that the economy often evolves in unexpected ways. Inflation has obviously surprised to the upside over the past year, and further surprises could be in store. We therefore will need to be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. and we will strive to avoid adding
이거예요. 이거 지금 한 거. 그러니까 저 파월 형님이 읽고 있는 게 미리 나온 내용이고 제가 중요한 거랑 전반적인 거 뽑아 놓은 겁니다. 이제 요거 딱 끝나면서 여기까지 지금 얘기를 했고요. 이제부터 이제 상원 의원들이 망치로 팔 거예요.
To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me, on behalf of Chairman Brown, recognize Senator Warren.
Thank you, Acting Chairman. I appreciate the help of the Chairman this morning. And thank you for being with us, Chair Powell. So Americans are struggling with rising costs and all eyes turn to the Fed. Last week, you announced that the Fed would raise rates by 0.75 percentage point, the biggest increase in nearly 30 years. So let's talk about what the Fed is and isn't doing when it raises interest rates to try to bring down inflation. Let's start with gas prices. The price of gas is up 40% since Russia invaded Ukraine in February. Chair Powell, will gas prices go down as a result of your interest rate increase?
I would not think so, no.
Okay. That matters because gas prices are one of the single biggest drivers of inflation. Energy prices overall drove a third of the inflation last month, but the Fed's tools, as you say, have no impact here. So let's look at another necessity, food. Price of groceries is up nearly 12% this year. Americans feel the pinch. No matter how much groceries cost, people still got to eat. Chair Powell, will the Fed's interest rate increases bring food prices down for families?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Okay. So a Fed increase won't bring down these prices. And why? Because rate hikes won't make Vladimir Putin turn his tanks around and leave Ukraine. Rate hikes won't break up monopolies. Rate hikes won't straighten out the supply chain or speed up ships or stop a virus that is still causing lockdowns.
금리 인상이 푸틴을 탱크 돌리게 하지 않는데요.
Can do. Chair Powell, you said last week that interest rate increases, quote,
겁나 웃기네.
moderate demand. Can you just explain a little more about what that means?
Sure. So we think about interest rate increases as affecting financial conditions and then the economy through three
해버리네,
broad
그냥.
channels. The first of which is interest-sensitive spending. So that's durable goods and automobiles and things like that. So interest rates go up, people's demand for as a result of higher interest rates will moderate or decline so that supply and demand can get into better balance. The second channel is just asset prices generally. Interest rates, as they go up, will cause asset prices to moderate across the economy, and people spend a little bit less out of their lower level of wealth. The third channel is the exchange rate, which is really just another asset price, and that just basically as the dollar strengthens. As rates go up, the dollar would strengthen, which would tend to drive.
So I appreciate this, and I do appreciate the explanation, but let me just see if I can just put a little more plain vanilla explanation of what's going on here. If I understand what you've said and what economists are saying across the board is that when you raise interest rate, there's going to be less money to invest, and that is, it's going to dampen business investment. Is that a fair statement?
I think the idea is to
Makes it more expensive
moderate demand
to invest.
so that it can be in better balance with supply. And
So
the current
it's gonna make it
situation,
more-
demand is well in excess of supply in some areas of our.
More expensive to invest, which in turn is going to throw workers out of work. And when they're out of work, they have less money to spend. So I get that rate increases stop companies from spending money to build new plants or to buy new trucks or to hire new people, right, Chair Powell? When money's more expensive, they're less inclined to do that. I think that's what you just said on asset pricing, right?
Well, in the labor market, you have, as you know, you have a situation where there's a shortage of workers, and there are two job vacancies for every person who's actively looking for work. So part of this is to get the labor market back into balance.
Well, I appreciate you call it back into balance. What I'm trying to get at, though, is what does the tool of raising rates do? And part of what you just said is that it increases, in effect, the cost to invest, to buy those trucks or new plants or to hire new people. The reason I raise this and the reason I'm so concerned about this is rate increases make it more likely that companies will fire people and slash hours to shrink wage costs. Rate increases also make it more expensive for families to do things like borrow money for a house. And so far, the cost this year of a mortgage has already doubled. Inflation is like an illness, and the medicine needs to be tailored to the specific problem. Otherwise, you could make things a lot worse. And right now, the Fed has no control over the main drivers of rising prices, but the Fed can slow demand by getting a lot of people fired and making families poorer. And while President Biden is working to increase energy supplies and straighten out supply chain kinks and break up monopolies and bring down prices, you could actually tip this economy into recession. So I just want to say, you know what's worse than high inflation and low unemployment? It's high inflation and a recession with millions of people out of work. And I hope you'll reconsider that as you drive this, before you drive this economy off a cliff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Warren. On behalf of Chairman Brown, Senator Tillis, please.
Senator Reid, I'm going to defer and allow Senator Shelby to go before me, and then I'll follow in turn.
Quite all right, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, earlier this month, Secretary Yellen acknowledged she was wrong about the risk of inflation. Previously, you also acknowledged that the Fed got it wrong in thinking that inflation would be transitory. Yet myself and other members of this banking committee here have been warning about inflation for over a year. Last July, nearly 1 year ago, when you came before this committee, I raised my concerns about the risk of rising inflation, particularly following the enactment of a $2 trillion spending bill. At that time, there was already evidence that inflation was affecting numerous areas of our economy. I discussed the year-to-year price increases on agricultural goods such as corn, wheat, and soybeans at that time. I pointed out the rising cost of metals, including copper and aluminum. I mentioned the increase in energy prices, used cars, and airline tickets. As someone who remembers, and I do from this committee, encountering high inflation during the 70s, I warned that many of the same conditions present then, such as loose monetary policy and significant government spending, were occurring again, among other things. My main concern last year was that the Federal Reserve would fail to address rising inflation before it was too late. 11 months later, this concern has come to fruition. And as we sit here today, inflation, as you've already pointed out, is at a 40-year high. The average gas price is over $5 a gallon, and we're currently in the midst of 12 consecutive months of inflation above 5%, including spiking to 8.6 last month. Ultimately, Mr. Chairman, as inflation continues to run rampant, I believe the Federal Reserve and this administration failed the American people by not heeding these warnings a year ago and by not acting sooner to address it. We're where we are today, I know that. The consequences of being wrong on inflation are now being felt, as has been pointed out here today, by American families and workers across the country. And despite the recent decision to raise interest rates, the Federal Reserve still has a long way to go to get inflation under control. What can we expect in the future from the Federal Reserve? And I know you don't have total control over inflation, but you have a lot of sticks there. And what will you use to bring this under control?
Thank you, Senator. So financial conditions, of course, have tightened and have priced in a string of additional rate increases, and that's appropriate. Well, as you pointed out, and as Senator Tillis pointed out as well, our policy rate is only at 1.6%, but all out the curve, the market is pricing in increases. So financial conditions have already priced in additional rate increases. But we need to go ahead and have them. And I think that the most recent inflation indicators of various kinds suggest to us that we needed to accelerate the pace at which we get up to a level that is neutral that is close to the longer run neutral level, and then we can make an assessment of how much further and faster to go. And so that's what we're doing. I think you can see from the moves we're making now that we do understand the full scope of the problem, and we're using our tools to address it pretty vigorously now.
Mr. Chairman, explain to us again how important one of your mandates is price stability. How important price stability is to all Americans.
So price stability is really the bedrock of the economy in the sense that you really cannot have a sustained period of maximum employment, our other co-equal goal. You can't have that without price stability. And so we must restore price stability, and we will. We have the tools and the resolve and hopefully the judgment to accomplish that task. It's essential that we do.
What's your next step?
Well, if you look at the market has been I think reading our reaction function reasonably well, and I think what you will see is continued progress toward expeditious progress toward higher rates. I'll say this: the committee, the center of the committee wrote down that rates would be between 3 and 3.5% by the end of this year, as of a few weeks ago, as of 1 week ago.
Is this Federal Reserve Board of Governors, under your leadership, committed, as Dr. Volcker was some 40 years ago, to bringing inflation under control no matter what?
I would never want to try to compare myself to Paul Volcker in any way, but I will say that we are strongly committed to restoring price stability. We do understand that it is the thing that we need so that we can get back to the kind of labor market that we all want.
But reaching the standard that Volcker left at the Fed would be a high reach, but one that anybody there should try to get there, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Shelby. I'll exercise my time now. Mr. Chairman, you point out in your testimony that the core personal consumption expenditures minus gas, food, and rent, 4.9%.
리드 형이다.
Even slightly declined from the previous report. So that leaves the real culprits, gas, food, and rent. First, the issue of gas price inflation is a global phenomenon. Is that correct?
Yes, gas prices are a function of oil prices to a significant extent, and then the refining spread as well.
Right, and that's has been exacerbated by the Ukraine invasion. We've deliberately, and the Europeans have deliberately cut off accessing Russian supplies, and that's added to inflation. And the other problem also with hydrocarbons, it's a cartel that sets the price. Is that accurate?
Sorry, what's a cartel?
It's a cartel that sets the price of oil worldwide.
Yes, globally, that cartel has a very major impact on the price of oil.
And they have decided that further production is not as lucrative to them as just sitting back and making money. That's what it appears like. With respect to food, there are multiple factors there also. One is climate. We've seen loss of arable land. We've seen a lot of factors. All of this is outside the purview of the Federal Reserve, but I think it's helpful to understand what are driving forces in these price increases. Transportation issues with respect to food, that's a function of higher diesel costs, a function of lack of drivers. Again, the Ukraine, a significant amount of wheat is not being exported from Ukraine or from Russia, as well as fertilizers. That's driving the price. And then the rental affordable housing issue, that has been a crisis since I became a congressman in 1990. I recall marching in Washington for affordable housing in 1990. We just don't have enough. And that, I think, is a factor too. Are those the major causes for these increases in prices?
Those are some of the major ones. You could also point to some parts of the goods economy, which have been.
근데 한 가지 아셔야 될 게 있어요. 뭐냐면 이제 민주당 쪽에서는 조금 보호하는 식으로 가면서 손절각을 잴 거고요. 공화당 입장에서는 그냥 몽둥이로 후려칠 거예요. 아니 그러니까 딱 대략적으로 하는 내용을 보면 누가 민주당이고 누가 공화당인지 아마 대략 보이실 겁니다.
In the United States,
아니 지금 근데 손절각 살짝 재고 있어요. 원래 민주당은 전폭적으로 지지해 줬었거든요. 근데 자기네 텃밭 표나 이런 거나 지지 때문에도 그런지 원래는 이렇게까지 안 했는데 요즘 살짝 너네 똑바로 일 못하면은 손절한다는 식으로 말을 하고 있어요. 의원들이. 그러면은 아마 파월 연준 의장은 역사상 가장 무능한 연준 의장으로 남을 가능성도 있습니다. 어쨌든 이래나 저래나 성공하든 실패하든 우리는 모두 역사적인 순간을 보고 있는 겁니다, 지금.
That's less so the case.
So these range of, you have to take action, and your basically tool is interest rates and going in and out of buying public securities. But we have a lot of work to do too, which is to try to resolve some of these issues. And we have to do it in order to assist your efforts, the fiscal policy and other policy. I was very pleased to see the president sign legislation with respect to shipping reform. That's a step, but we have to do much more too. Is that accurate?
I think that's really a question for you. We're very focused on sticking to our knitting and carrying out the task that we've been assigned.
No, I appreciate that, and the independence of the Fed is something that has to be protected by everyone, including particularly yourself. A final sort of issue that I'm thinking of, we're at a tremendous, I think, turning point in our economy. Factors that 10, 15 years ago were not active, things like social media, et cetera. But one other factor with respect to hydrocarbons is perhaps the companies are either unconsciously or consciously limiting investment because they're anticipating an electrified power supply, electric cars, electric everything. Is that something that the Fed is looking at?
I think that is certainly, if you pick up the annual report of any of the big oil companies, you'll see that that is something that is happening, and it's a rational economic response to, expectations about where future policy is headed.
No, I think there are so many factors here, but I think it's good to get some of them on the table. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. With that, let me recognize Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Senator Reid. Again, Chair Powell, thank you for being here. By the Fed's own analysis of various policy rules, including the Taylor Rule, the revised Taylor Rule, the Balanced Approach Rule, and the Balanced Approach Shortfall Rule, rates should have begun to rise long before they did. According to the Fed's own analysis of these rules, the Fed's fund rate should currently be above 6%. This is in a report to Congress. Yet the rate currently stands at 1.6%. Likewise, these same rules should have prompted the Fed to begin raising rates Q4 last year, Q1 this year. I'm concerned that the Fed has opted out of rules-based to discretionary monetary policy. As the Fed reviews monetary policy strategy, Chair Powell, will you commit to considering an increased weight for a rules-based strategy in Fed decision-making, and if not, why?
So we do use policy rules like the various forms of the Taylor Rule in all of the analysis that we do. If you're thinking about how monetary policy will affect the economy, you have to have some sort of a rule like that. Fed has never really used them in a prominent way to actually set policy in real time. But that's not to say they don't shed light, and we do consult them. We consult them on an ongoing basis. The rules called for deeply negative rates during the pandemic, and we didn't do that. They did call, of course, for rates to move up, and rates now really are moving up much closer to where the Taylor Rule, various forms of the Taylor Rule are, and I think by the end of the year we'll be pretty close to where some of the Taylor Rule iterations are. So it's something that we consider. I think in a couple of years when we look at our framework again, that's something we could look at.
And Chair Powell, could you just briefly explain the variance between rules-based decision-making being at 6 and where we are today? What other factors came into play?
So what Taylor rules don't take into consideration changes in financial conditions. They just look at the overnight policy rate. As I mentioned earlier, we began signaling, and the way we're set up now to signal policy changes going forward with the summary of economic projections that we do 4 times a year. So markets priced that in, and you're getting a lot of policy tightening well in advance of actually raising rates. As you pointed out, we're at 1.6% only on the federal funds rate, but look out the rate curve. All the very substantial additional rate hikes are already priced in, and they're affecting financial conditions, and they have been for several months. So that's one way of thinking about it. It's really only at the very short end of the curve where rates are still in negative territory from a real perspective. If you look farther out, real rates are positive right across the curve, and that's really what you're trying to achieve with policy in a situation like this, where we have 40-year highs in inflation, and we know we need to have restrictive policy, and that's what
신실장님
we're
감사합니다.
Thank
고맙습니다.
you. In 2012, the Fed adopted its current 2% inflation target, then amended this in 2020 to allow inflation to run over 2% target so that inflation averages 2% over time. Many warned this approach would simply give inflation a foothold before the Fed could respond. Now inflation's at 6.5% per year, and many serious analysts are predicting a recession. According to the Fed's framework, will the Fed push inflation below 2% so that it averages 2% over time?
No, that wasn't the way the framework worked. And I should clarify, though, the framework was carefully focused on what we knew, which was the economy of the last 25 years. The pandemic hit a few months afterward, and I think we've been aware since reasonably quickly after that the disinflationary forces of the last quarter century have been replaced, at least temporarily, by a whole different set of forces, and those are the forces that our policy has been reacting and dealing with, and we're well aware of that. I think that what we were looking at was a world in which you didn't see inflation move up even when unemployment was for an extended period well below 4%. This is a different economy, different forces. The real question is, how long will this new set of forces be sustained? And we can't know that. But in the meantime, our job is to find price stability and maximum employment in this new economy.
And final question is, there is some renewed discussions about increased spending and increased taxes through reconciliation. Just hypothetically, if Congress were to pass a bill that increased spending by $500 billion or $1 trillion and raise taxes, would that make your job easier or more difficult?
I swore off getting involved in these fiscal debates a year or so ago, and I'm determined to see if I can't stick to that. But remember, we can always incorporate. What we do is we take fiscal policy as given, and we react appropriately.
Well, then maybe instead of policy working through Congress, but policy that was passed by Congress, do you believe that the $1.9 trillion spending package last year had any effect on inflation?
It's really not our job to pass judgment. We didn't pass judgment on the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act or the CARES Act or that act as well, the ARP. So I really think that's a job for Congressional Budget Office.
Thank you, Chairman Powell.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Cortez Masto of Nevada is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, thank you for being here. Let me start with high prices. Because not only in Nevada, but across the country, we're seeing high food, housing, and gas prices, which really is creating a financial hardship for too many families. And I want to start with gas prices first. In Nevada, average price of gas is $5.60. In Las Vegas, about $5.60. In Reno, at $6 a gallon. And as gas prices rise across the country, oil and gas companies, we know, are making record profits, but are using that money to continue to consolidate their industry and pay for stock buybacks instead of investing in increased oil production. On one of them, and one I've heard, is over 9,000 permits that they have that are unused drilling permits, or they're not expanding their refining capacity. We also know that reduced refining capacity is a particular problem that has been caused in large part by decades of oil industry consolidation and is driving gas price hikes to be as much as 61 cents a gallon higher.
다음 타깃이 정유 기업들이네. 이번에 형님들 저거 정유 폭리 세금인가 뭔가 그거 도입한다면서요. 그러니까 결국에는 좀 너무 버텼나 보다, 정유기업들이.
to rising prices?
So those are really questions for the competition authorities, questions of industry structure and
횡재세야?
consolidation. They really aren't
횡재세?
questions that we directly address. We raise interest rates, and our job is maximum employment.
But I have to push back. You have to consider that. I mean, you're considering what's happening in Ukraine as a variable on inflation and high prices. So you have to consider the fact that we have these oil companies. They are exclusively control this commodity that is key for this country. We know that not only do they produce and decide how and when they're going to drill crude oil, we also know the refineries, and quite honestly, the refineries in this country are not prepared to refine the domestic oil that even comes from Texas and the Dakotas. The refineries are prepared to refine the oil that comes from out of this country. And we also know that many of the oil companies have their own traders that are trading on the price of crude oil in this country. I mean, listen, you just talked about an outside agency. This is why this is so important and why I am a co-sponsor of the Transportation Fuel Market Transparency Act. Glencore was just fined $1.1 billion because they were manipulating the fuel oil prices to their benefit. So that is something you have to take into consideration when we have an industry like these gas and oil companies that are so consolidated. They are having an impact on the prices to the detriment of the people in my state. So that has to be something you consider and take into consideration when you're looking at the impact that people across the country are seeing from these high prices. I hope it is. Please tell me you are.
Well, I think we see that the global oil prices, which have very important effects on gas prices here at home, are set on the global market, and that, as we mentioned earlier, there's a large cartel that is responsible to a significant extent for setting those prices. We take that as given.
So do you pay attention to what is Wall Street is saying and what these cartels are doing? When you say cartels, these are these big oil companies, and they're indicating that, well, I'm not going to drill because I'm making profits because the price of gas is so high. So you would assume, I would hope that you would take that into consideration, that it's going to continue these high prices because there is a challenge in holding these oil companies accountable.
So in principle, we pay attention to anything that could affect the use of our tools and the need to use our tools. And I think with the future price of oil, the best thing you can probably do is look at oil futures, because that futures in theory should be taking into account all of these factors, and that's what we do. But ultimately, the question for us is, do we raise or lower interest rates? We don't have tools that would address these practices that you're discussing. They're not really, of course, we understand them.
Well, do you have concerns that these oil companies are manipulating or controlling the prices that we have right now? Do you take that into consideration with the tools that you need to reduce inflation and reduce these costs?
Honestly, those are not judgments for us to make. The questions about industry structure and competition are really not, it's not our assignment. Our assignment is maximum employment and price stability.
The outcome of that infrastructure is something you've got to take into consideration.
Yes, very much.
Unless they change, the prices are not coming down. Unless they stop giving profits and sharing that with their shareholders and start addressing and looking at actually the consumer at the other end of this, who is bearing the brunt of it, these prices are not going to come down. I would assume you take that into consideration. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, when you say take it into consideration, we do have to have a forecast of oil prices, and we do. But ultimately, though, the question for us is price inflation. What's happening with price inflation? And it's a macroeconomic question. It's not a question about industry structure or corporate behavior. It's a question about what will be the behavior of inflation across the economy. And in particular, there's really not anything that we can do about oil prices. There's a little, food prices is a bit more mixed, but for oil prices, they're set at the global level. It has to do with global oil prices and also the refining spread. Neither of these are things that we have the tools to affect.
Does it concern you that these oil companies haven't come to the table to look for a solution to help us reduce fuel costs?
I don't think it's appropriate for the Fed or for me to be reaching out into areas of policy that are not assigned to us. It's not up to us to comment on on that sort of thing. We have a very specific job and precious independence to carry that job out. And I think the other side of that is stick to that job. And our job is maximum employment and price stability.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My time is up.
Thanks, Senator Cortez Masto. Senator Rounds from South Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, welcome again. It seems as though for the last couple of times that we've had you in front of this committee, inflation has
이것도 좀 말이 안 되긴 하네요. 물가 안정이 사실 저걸 잡아야 물가 안정이 되는 거 아닌가요?
in a little bit different path, perhaps, because when it comes to breaking
말
down the different
말장난
causes
아니야
of
그냥?
inflation, clearly there is the supply side and the demand side. And the reality is that a large portion of the inflation stems from the higher energy prices, which is part of the supply side issue. When President Biden took office, January of 2021 through January of 2022, the price of unleaded gas has increased by 50% during that time period, from $2.33 to about $3.30 per gallon. Now, that was well before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Higher prices are instead, I believe, a direct result of policy decisions made by the Biden administration, like prohibiting new oil and gas leases on public lands and waters and choking off future access through the Keystone XL pipeline, and increasing U.S. dependence on foreign energy sources by actively calling on OPEC to produce more oil. All of these seem to send a terrible message to the market about the future of investing in oil and gas processes within the United States. At the same time, Mr. Chairman, your tools are designed, as we've discussed in the past, to impact not necessarily the supply side, but the demand side of inflation. So if you attempt to use your tools that are available at this time to address what I believe to be the policy-induced side of inflation, do you risk hurting the economy by using these interest rate increases when, in effect, as you've indicated earlier here in this meeting, that you really can't impact the price of gas or the price of food?
So I think that's right. We know that our tools can't affect certain aspects of inflation, and that would include certainly energy inflation and food inflation. So nonetheless, our statutory goal is headline inflation. But we also know that core inflation is actually a better indicator of headline inflation than headline inflation itself is, because food and energy tend to be quite volatile. They tend to move up and move down, and that's been the history. So core enables us to look through that volatility. And so we focus very much on that as
그래도 형님들 그나마 상원은 좀 젠틀하시네 다들. 내일 하원이 정말 개싸움 느낌일 텐데. 아무튼 구독, 좋아요, 알람 설정 항상 감사합니다. 고맙습니다. 이것도 저기 구독하고 즐겨찾기 해놓으시면 제가 커뮤니티 올려드릴게요. 어느 정도 정리해가지고.
They have proven not to be transitory. In fact, South Dakotans are now paying $682 more per month on goods and services than they were when President Biden took office due to inflation. The administration is claiming the Federal Reserve can fix our inflation problem. But as you've just indicated, you focus on core, and your tools might very well work on core, but not on those really heavy drivers to inflation that South Dakotans are seeing like the rest of the country. See, Mr. Chairman, what I believe is going to happen here, and I just share this, clearly you are aware that you're going to be the person that takes the fall if inflation is not brought under control.
역시
And
봐봐.
this administration is going to point
이번 정부가 인플레이션을 못 잡으면 모든 것을 파월 당신한테 뒤집어 쓰여가지고 당신을 몰락시킬 것입니다.
the portion of inflation which Americans are feeling today may not just be the core inflation that some of your tools do, but the total cost of inflation that my citizens in South Dakota feel to the tune of, well, $682 more per month in living expenses than what they were when this administration took office.
So we're focused on the part of it that we can address, and that is there's a job to do on demand here. There are parts of the economy where demand exceeds supply, and that's where we think our tools can help, and that's what we're focused on.
Very good. Just very briefly, Mr. Chairman, another item. The Basel Committee on Banking Supervision issued a press release indicating that it had made substantive technical changes to the calculation of the GSIB score for EU-based global systemically important banks, the GSIBs. Do you, the Federal Reserve as being a part of this organization, do you believe right now that this change reflects the views of the Federal Reserve as an influential member of the Basel Committee? Apparently, it looks like this may very well provide some advantages to our European banks over U.S. banks based upon this reassessment of how they view risk within the EU community.
So my understanding of that is that it's really about supervisors being able to use discretion about transactions that go across national lines within the European Union.
Yeah.
It doesn't apply at all here. And ultimately, the capital rules that Europeans apply are decided by Europeans, not by us.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rounds. Senator Warner from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
와, 공화당 무섭다 형님들. 불신의 씨앗을 하나씩 심어주네. 와, 역시 노련하구만 정치인들.
First, and I think some colleagues have already raised this, but the truth is what we're grappling with right now on inflation is clearly a global phenomenon. I think even the Cato Institute group that doesn't always necessarily agree with folks on my sides of the aisle have pointed out inflation in many industrial countries around the world is running at the same rates, if not higher than us. I frankly just returned from a bipartisan trip to Finland, Latvia, and Turkey, getting back late last night. I'm still a little bit jet lagged. In Turkey, I think inflation's running at 78% a year. Finland gas prices were at $9 a gallon, and I asked one of my dear Republican colleagues, you know, it's amazing. Joe Biden's inflation hitting here in Finland, too. The point being that a lot of these effects are not due to any single country's activities, but it is a global effect. I think colleagues have already acknowledged the effect that the Russia-Ukraine war has, some of the disruption on supply chains. What I don't think has been fully addressed yet is some of the challenges that are coming around from China in terms of their zero COVID policy, a lockdown on Shanghai for literally months on end, and how that supply chain disruption is floating through the whole global economy. Can you speak to that, Mr. Chairman?
Sure. So, of course, you're right. Inflation is very much a global phenomenon. If you look at comparable large advanced economies like ours, you'll see inflation rates that are quite similar to ours, in some cases higher, some cases lower. But there are important differences in the characteristics of that inflation. Ours is more about demand, I would say, than most of the others, and theirs is more about energy prices and things like that. In terms of your question on China, we don't think we've seen the full effect of the lockdowns that we've had, but so we'll expect to be seeing some negative effects on bottlenecks. On the other hand, China now seems to be coming out of that period of lockdown, and growth seems to be picking up. Advanced indicators are that their economy may be recovering, but of course the zero COVID policy, as long as it's in place, it certainly could. You could certainly have a relapse given this highly contagious disease.
Let me and again, we're all looking for short-term items, and frankly, I'm glad that the president, I know particularly some folks on my side of the aisle are concerned about the president visiting Saudi Arabia and visiting with the leadership of that regime. I think you've got to use all the tools in the toolkit, and getting additional partners in the middle, or players in the Middle East to increase oil production, I think is important. I'm a little less, I got a lot more proof to see whether some kind of short-term gas tax holiday would actually provide relief to consumers, or simply, as we've seen in some states that have implemented it, the prices don't change and the companies may make more money, but it doesn't provide that kind of inflationary relief. And I am concerned, as somebody who spent a long time as governor and as senator trying to make sure we pay for our infrastructure investments. Easy to take away a tax, tough to put it back on, and there's always an excuse not to, but I'm open to seeing a better analysis. I do want to raise, and recognizing that not everything can be done with a flick of the switch.
게스텍스 홀리데이 뭔지 아시죠? 전 영상에 정리해놨습니다. 그 옐런 누나 그 영상에다가 간단하게 말하면 이제 사람들이나 뭐 국민들이나 아니면 기업들이 일정 기간 동안 세금을 안 내거나 덜 내는 기간입니다.
Out of domestic supply chain on semiconductor chips. Every device that has an on and off switch requires a semiconductor chip. And right now we see, particularly around auto inflation, one of the big drivers is the lack of chip supply, so cars can't actually be sold. They're literally sitting warehouse waiting for the semiconductors to come around. This legislation, $52 billion of investment, would build at least 10 semiconductor facilities here in America. I know Senator Brown has been a big advocate of this. If we don't do this, I don't think there'll be another semiconductor facility built in America, even though some have been announced. I point out the fact that, a year ago, the Europeans had no plan here in semiconductor investment. Intel recently announced $8 billion from the German government. When the German bureaucracy and European bureaucracy moves faster than the American legislative process, I don't care which side of the aisle we're on, we're in trouble. So in the last few seconds, I know you don't want to weigh in on a specific piece of legislation, but the notion of investment in a key industry component like semiconductors, long-term in terms of keeping inflationary pressures down, right move or not?
Well, again, I wouldn't, as you say, I wouldn't comment on a specific legislative proposal.
Talk about the industry sector.
I'll just say that I do think we learned a lot about global supply chains, and we're still learning. And it's important to take the right lessons, and I think it's an important area to explore about how we can harden up and improve our sourcing capabilities, including what should be here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Warner. Senator Kennedy from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, inflation is just an imbalance of supply and demand. Can we agree on that?
Yes, generally.
And to put a little finer point on it, our inflation at this time, and this is the case with respect to most cases of inflation, demand is greater than supply, so prices go up.
In some parts of the economy, yes.
Right. Now, you're trying to lower, so we've got a situation where demand's up here, supply's down here. You're trying to lower demand. Is that correct?
Yes, while also giving the supply side time to recover. There's some ground to be covered on that side.
Yes, but you've talked about your role, scope, and mission, and your job is monetary. You're trying to lower demand.
Well, I'm trying to I would say lower demand growth. We don't know that the demand has to actually go down, which would be a recession.
Well, 70% of our economy is driven by consumer demand. And you're trying to lower demand and slow the economy down. Am I correct?
I guess I just say we're slowing down growth.
Right. That's what the economy is. The growth.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
All right. There's another way. The two aren't exclusive. You alluded to that. You can also lower demand, but you can increase supply. Can you not?
Yes.
And that would solve inflation.
Yes, it would.
Now, Congress's job is not to deal with demand per se. A lot of the bills we pass impact demand, but that's the Fed's job.
Right.
Okay? Now, I'm not going to ask you to comment on any specific bill, but tell me the things that Congress could do right now while you're lowering demand, not you literally, the Federal Reserve, what we can do right now to increase supply.
I think the things you can do are important over the medium and longer term, but probably not so much in the short term. But it's things that like investing in people so that they can remain in the labor market longer, things like that, and infrastructure, things that will increase the productive capacity.
Well, how about in the long run, as Keynes said, we're all dead. I'm interested right now in the short run. What about if we reduce the regulatory burden, let's say on refineries, wouldn't that incent refineries to start refining more and help on the supply side?
I would say anything that could increase capacity on that front could have a...
Yeah, but would that help? I'm not trying to get you to endorse legislation. Look, Mr. Chairman, we got a hell of a mess here. Okay? Inflation is hitting my people so hard they're coughing up bones. I don't care what the inflation is in other parts of the country, of the world. I'm sorry they're having inflation in other parts of the world, but them in misery doesn't make my people feel better. They're still miserable. Inflation is hitting people so hard, they're coughing up bones. It's the highest in 40 years. Our national debt is greater than our national output. Crime's up, the border's open, respect for institutions is way down, and 70% of the American people think we're headed in the wrong direction. Now, we got a hell of a mess. And right now, you're the most powerful man in the United States, maybe in the world. We've got to get, I mean, President Biden, I don't blame him. I understand politics. He keeps saying, well, your 401k has crashed and gas has gone from $2 to $5 a gallon because the economy's so good. And the American people know that's not true. Now, other than relieving regulatory burden, let me put it in the form of a question. What if the United States Congress said, look, we've got a budget. We're going to freeze spending. We're going to stop injecting more money into the economy. We're going to freeze spending until Powell can get control on the demand side. Would that help?
You know, I feel like giving you advice on what to do when
I'm asking
we're not
for it.
getting
I welcome
own,
it.
we're not getting our own job done. I feel like maybe a better thing to do would be for us to get our house in order and do the job you've assigned us.
Well, let me put it another way. Let's suppose, forget about Congress. Let's suppose that every governor in every state and every legislature in every state got together tomorrow and said, I know it's not likely to happen, and said, we are going to freeze our budgets. We're not going to spend a penny more than's already budgeted. Would that help?
Would it help?
Sir?
Would it help with?
Would it help reduce inflation?
It would depend on, it might, but I mean, it would take, I'm giving you, I'm scoring fiscal policy.
Well, I
I'm
understand
really
you're being
reluctant to do
careful,
it.
but Mr. Chairman, the United States Congress, in addition to its regular budget, has spent $7 trillion. I'm not saying all of it was unnecessary. On top of that, the Fed's increased its balance sheet from $1.5 trillion to $9 trillion. $9 trillion. I know you're cutting it back, but we've injected all of this money into the economy, and then people go, well, we have inflation. Duh. Give me some help here. Tell me what we can do.
I'm really focused on what we can do, which is shrink our balance sheet and raise interest rates and get supply and demand back into alignment and get inflation back down to 2%.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Senator Tester from Montana is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank the chair and ranking member. I also want to thank you for being here, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I've just got to say one thing about Senator Kennedy. I think freezing spending is probably a really good idea, except we just had a flood that cost $1 billion worth of damage in southern Montana. $1 billion.
1조 5천억 달러에서
We freeze spending that infrastructure.
1.5 trillion dollar에서 9 trillion dollar로 올렸다고 해요.
I agree, but it's a lot easier to talk about than it is to do. And I think that's the challenge that the chairman of the Fed has, is that he really needs to focus on what he needs to do. And if it was a simple solution, we'd already had it done. I'm concerned about rural America and the impact inflation's having on rural America. And I know that you have seen it. You've seen it transpire over the last several years, particularly as this country's come out of this pandemic. And I know we've had a conversation that it's two-edged, it's supply and it's demand, and you're only dealing with the demand part, which is an important part. And in some respects, Senator Kennedy's right. You are probably one of the strongest people in the world to be able to deal with some of this stuff. But from a rural perspective, is the Fed doing anything in particular that I could take back to my constituents and say, this is what the Fed's doing to help rein in inflation in rural areas?
Well, so we are, of course, well aware. As you know, we have 4 or 5 Reserve Bank presidents who have very large agricultural economies within their districts, and we hear, excellent reports from them about what's going on. And it's clearly a tremendously challenging situation. fertilizer prices and all kinds of inputs, very, very difficult.
그러니까 상원 하나 묻고 파월 대답하고 상원 하나 묻고 파월 대답하고 이런 식으로 돌아가면서 하는 겁니다.
Overall, we do appreciate that. You're not seeing this yet, but when if times do get difficult, then we work carefully with borrowers in the Farm Belt and that kind of thing because we know, that's what you do in those kind of times. We're not at that times at this point, but that's one thing we have done in the past. I mean, overall, we think we need to get back to price stability, and that will help. That will help everybody. It will help the whole economy, including rural America.
Okay, interest rates. I know they've been raised a bit recently, I think 3/4 of a point, correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm not going to ask you where interest rates need to be, but I do think that there's a fine line to walk, and you tell me if I'm wrong, where if interest rates are raised too high, it could drive us into a recession. Can you tell me some of the things you're looking at to make sure that doesn't happen?
Sure. So when we pivoted and started talking about raising rates last year, markets have priced in rate increases so that all out of the curve of debt maturities, interest rates have already moved up to reflect interest rate increases that we haven't actually made yet to our. So what we have right now is a low short-term rate, which is our policy rate. So, and the increase that we made one decision at the last meeting, which was to raise by 75 basis points, but only to 1.6%. So, and we thought that was the right thing to do. I'm happy to discuss why, but really the point is that our policy rate is still at a relatively low level, and in principle, we want to get it up to a more neutral-ish level. Even more expeditiously than we had been, and that's what was behind our thinking. And that's really, so the concern, I don't think is about the level, it was with the speed. Are we moving too quickly? And I think I was persuaded that it was important that we make this move now and not wait and telegraph it and do it 6 weeks later, for example, or the meeting after that. It was important to do it now because where we are with inflation is having seen inflation come in above target over and over again, and we said we'd move more aggressively if it was appropriate. We thought it was appropriate, and we did.
So what? And so you said you want to get the things more to a neutral level, and are we to a neutral level now?
No. So we estimate the longer run neutral level of the federal funds rate to be in around 2.5%, and actually we think it will be appropriate to raise rates above a neutral level into a modestly restrictive level because this is very high inflation and it's hurting everybody, and we need to do our job and get inflation back on a path down to 2%. And the way we're going to do that, we think, is raise rates, of course, to that level. Of course, everything depends on the data that we see. We're going to be we're really strongly committed to getting inflation down to 2%, but we're going to be flexible as we see the data coming in.
Do you agree with the perspective, and then I'll be done, but do you agree with the perspective that if interest rates go too high, too fast, it could drive us into a recession?
It's certainly a possibility. It's not our intended outcome at all, but it's certainly a possibility. And frankly, the events of the last few months around the world have made it more difficult for us to achieve what we want, which is 2% inflation and still a strong labor market.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Haggerty of Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Brown. Chairman Powell, one of the many downsides of quantitative easing is the fact that the Federal Reserve, and then by extension the American taxpayer, is essentially taking a long position in the securities that are acquired. And that means that when rates rise, the value of the securities on your balance sheet drop. That's exactly what's happening today. And as of March of this year, the Federal Reserve had about $330 billion worth of unrealized loss on its balance sheet. That number's probably close to $500 billion right now, given the rise in rates. So my question of you is, do these unrealized losses limit the Federal Reserve's ability to execute its monetary policy objectives? And specifically, will the Fed sell mortgage-backed securities and realize a loss? Or will the Fed be cornered into holding these securities until they appreciate?
So those kind of unrealized losses play no role in our decision-making, have no effect at all on our ability to conduct monetary policy. They're just not a consideration. And they won't be a consideration when we decide whether to sell and in what quantity MBS. We said we would look at selling MBS when the normalization process for the balance sheet was well underway, and that means not soon. We haven't decided exactly what that means. When we make that decision, and the reason, by the way, the reason we want to do that is we're committed to having a mostly Treasury balance sheet, and with these higher rates, MBS prepayment speeds have gone way down, and so to achieve the mostly Treasury balance sheet, we may well need to sell MBS at some future date. When we turn to that, we're going to be very transparent and give lots of transparency, obviously, but we won't be thinking about the balance sheet. I mean, remember that we've contributed $1 trillion in profits to the Treasury over the course of the last 10 years. The reason we don't have a lot of capital is that we give our earnings to the Treasury every year. So it's not at all a concern for us.
But to be clear, these long-dated mortgage-backed securities may be sold as a loss. You're not limiting your ability to do that, to sell at a loss.
No.
And that could happen. I just think the downside of quantitative easing is very much illustrated for us when you find yourself in this situation of holding these long-dated securities. To turn to another point, Chairman Powell, I realize there are a number of factors that play a role in the historic inflation that we're experiencing. Supply chain disruptions, regulations that constrain supply. We've got rising inflation expectations and excessive fiscal spending.
형님들 그래도 상원이니까 조금 이제 부드럽게 얘기하는 거고 내일 하원은 개싸움이거든요. 그러니까 진짜 너무 피곤하신 분들은 어느 정도 그 구독하고 즐겨책 해놓고 가시면 제가 커뮤니티에 올려드릴게요. 조금 정리를 해가지고.
The rate of inflation has risen incrementally
구독 그리고 좋아요 감사합니다. 고맙습니다.
to a current level of 8.6%. So again, from 7% to 8.6%.
8,000명 넘는데 2,000개만 채워주세요, 형님들. 열심히 할게요. 감사합니다.
The war in Ukraine is the primary driver of inflation in America?
No, inflation was high before, certainly before the war in Ukraine broke out.
I'm glad to hear you say that. The Biden administration seems to be intent on deflecting blame, and as recently as just this past Sunday, spread the misinformation that Putin's invasion of Ukraine is the, quote, biggest single driver of inflation. I'm glad you agree with me that that is not the truth. I'd like to turn to the situation we find ourselves in now, tightening. A recent survey of global CEOs showed that more than 60% of executives expect a recession in the
연준도 살짝 바이든 정부한테 형님들 살짝 선 긋는다. 나 이거 처음 봐요. 이거 중요한 거니까 말씀드리는 겁니다. 러시아의 우크라이나 침공 전에도 인플레이션이 높았습니까? 그랬더니 네, 라고 했어. 그러면서 이거에 대해서 되게 긍정적이게 생각합니다. 왜냐하면 바이든 정부가 인플레이션은 무조건 러시아 때문이라고 했는데 이러면서
the Fed's two mandates, particularly if the economic outlook worsens, but inflation remains elevated.
So we do have a dual mandate, as you point out. Right now, the labor market is extremely tight and I would say unsustainably hot. There's a mismatch between supply and demand there. As you know, there's more job openings than there are, by a factor of 2 to 1, than there are unemployed people looking for work. On the inflation side, we're very far from our target. So we think that we have to restore price stability to put the economy back in a place where in the medium and longer term we can have a sustained period of what we would call maximum employment. So that's how we're thinking about it. Of course, we're not trying to provoke and don't think that we will need to provoke a recession, but we do think it's absolutely essential that we restore price stability really for the benefit of the labor market as much as anything else.
Yeah, I agree. I think you have an extremely challenging job, particularly given some of the fiscal policies that have been undertaken that make your job more challenging than it should be. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Harry. Senator Smith from Minnesota is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome back to the committee. Chair Powell, it's good to see you again. I want to follow up.
형님들 요거는 만약에 혹시 생각하실 수 있으면 팔로우업 해주세요. 미래의 시점에서 MBS를 매각해야 할 수도 있대요. 대신에 그걸 만약에 매각하게 된다면 미리 말해주겠대요. 그러니까 빤스런할 기회는 주긴 주겠다라고 했습니다. 대신에 이거 팔로우업 잘 하셔야 됩니다.
Even higher than wage growth, so that's wiping out worker gains and leaving a lot of folks with what amounts to a pay cut as they, at the same time, try to figure out how to pay for higher prices for gas and food. So let me ask you this, Chair Powell, with all of that in mind, what is the basis for the argument that wages are too high and that they need to come down in order to rein in inflation?
So it isn't that wages themselves are too high, it's that the rate of growth of wages is not consistent, and I'll explain this, not consistent with 2% inflation over time. So, of course, it's great when wages go up, and we want them to go up. We want people to get, strong wage increases, but at a certain point, wages become high enough that companies start raising prices, and you wind up getting high inflation. So if you just kind of reverse engineer what level of wage increases would be consistent with 2% inflation over the
땅콩님하고
longer
저기
term.
슈퍼님
Today's wage
감사합니다.
increases,
저기
you look across
비트왕님 감사합니다.
the numbers of measures that we look at,
주택저당증권,
significantly above
MBS.
that. Now, there's some evidence that they're flattening out, particularly average hourly earnings. There's some evidence that measure of wages is flattening out so that it's no longer going up. So it's really not about reducing wages. It's just having a more sustainable pace of increases.
And what would you expect if wages started to stabilize, as you say, they stop increases? How long would you expect it to be before the prices that consumers are paying would start to go down?
So
are they ever going to go down?
It depends in prices don't have to go down for inflation to go down. So
Right.
prices remain at the same level and inflation goes to zero. But it depends on different businesses. In some parts of the service economy, labor costs are a very large portion of costs, and so you would think that gets passed through very quickly into prices. And so we would think we would think that pass through should be shown fairly quickly in some parts of the economy, in others less so. But over time, we would want wages to be moving up at the highest sustainable rate that's possible.
Right.
And consistent with 2% inflation.
And of course, at the same time, the economy, we've got this very, very strong labor market, but simultaneously, we continue to see higher unemployment rates among African Americans, for example, nearly double the unemployment of white Americans. So how do you see this sort of interplay between wage growth and what the Fed actions to cool demand on that underlying issue?
So we don't target wage growth, of course. Our job is price stability.
Right.
We look at wage growth because over a long period of time, it's an important factor in determining price stability. So that's really how we think about it. In terms of the disparities, we saw those disparities increase significantly at the beginning of the pandemic and then reverse, as we pointed out in our monetary policy report. Those gaps have at least returned to historically lower levels. There's still gaps, though, and those are not really gaps that we can get at with monetary policy. But we point them out because they're an important aspect of our economy, and we do consider them as we think about appropriate policy.
I think I would agree with you. I think that those are sort of systemic challenges in our economy that need to be addressed through the policy that we work on here. It seems to me that I think we have a labor supply problem in this country, and we should be dealing with that in Congress in terms of what we need to do to make sure that people have the skills and the capacity to do the jobs that our economy is creating. But it also seems to me that as long as wage growth is lagging inflation, that in some ways labor costs are actually dampening inflationary pressures because they're not keeping up with inflation. So I think it's just an interesting and complicated issue.
No argument there.
Yeah. Well, I just have a couple of minutes left. I'm not going to have a chance to get into this, but I'm quite interested also in this, that what we're seeing around the country everywhere, and especially in Minnesota, about extraordinarily high increases in housing. The Fed is raising interest rates, which is going to have an impact on increasing housing prices because mortgage prices are going to go up and other costs going up in terms of building housing is going to go up. So I'm just I'm interested in how you sort of weigh that dilemma.
So, after the pandemic, for a number of reasons, housing demand went way up. Rates were low, but also people decided they wanted to live more in housing, single-family homes rather than downtown. And so prices went up all over the country.
지금 1시간 40분 했고
Now you see the housing market slowing down.
빨리 끝나면 30분 정도 남았어요. 30-40분?
That should have an effect on housing prices, perhaps even fairly quickly, so that prices won't necessarily come down, but price increases will flatten out. We're seeing lower home sales, we're seeing lower starts, so we're seeing a slowing in housing. And, ideally, we would, the very low settings of rates during the pandemic were appropriate, but part of what that did was it supported a lot of demand for housing. Maybe we're going to get back to a place where supply and demand are closer. I will say, I agree with you on the labor shortage issue, which is a longer-term issue that we have, but also with housing, there are constraints on housing construction, so that it's very possible that we'll be in a position where there isn't enough appropriate housing at the right price, and that's a longer run issue. Again, not so much for us as for you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
you,
Senator.
Chair.
Senator Lummis of Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for being with us today. It'll come as no surprise to you that I want to focus on digital assets and Fed master accounts. So my first question is about the accounting treatment of digital assets. Specifically, SEC Staff Accounting Bulletin
디지털 자산.
121. So this bulletin requires publicly traded companies, including banks, to hold digital assets in custody as an on-balance sheet liability. So will the accounting standards contained in this bulletin that requires it to be on balance sheet be applied by the Federal Reserve to banks and bank holding companies?
So that's something we too saw that and understood the implications, and I think that's something we're working on with our fellow bank regulators. And I don't have an answer for you though, but that's
아직
certainly something we're
답변할
focusing
없대요.
on very closely right now.
And I would note that the Basel Committee on Bank Supervision has declined to establish a capital charge for custody digital assets because they're always off balance sheet. They've created a framework called the Prudential Treatment of Crypto Assets that continues to acknowledge that they're off balance sheet. So if the standards of the SEC's staff bulletin are adopted, that would be the first time that custody assets are placed on balance sheet. Do you think it's smart for the U.S. to be imposing bank standards beyond international norms?
So again, I mean, that was the SEC has authority over accounting rules, and that's what this was, and we now have to consider that exact question, and that's what we're doing. I can't really say more because we are working our way through it. But my understanding of it is the same as yours, though, which is custody assets are off balance sheet, have always been. But this is, the SEC made a different decision as it relates to digital assets for reasons it explained, and now we have to consider those.
Yeah, and thank you. I encourage you to consider that and appreciate that you're looking at it and you're aware of it. That's great. So I'll turn to master accounts now, of course. The board and the reserve banks have refused to provide Congress and the public with transparency with regard to the application process. At its core, a master account is a public benefit conferred by the Fed to a private institution. And since a master account is a public benefit, really doesn't the public have a right to know which institutions have master accounts and which have applied for accounts and not received them? Both the FDIC and the OCC publicly list similar application information on their websites today. So could you commit as part of a transparency project to make publicly available a list of institutions that
우영님
have
후원 감사합니다.
received master
고맙습니다.
accounts,
감사합니다.
as
사랑합니다.
well as the institutions that have applied and not received them.
So I'll be glad to look into that. You know our system well, and it really is that the Fed, the board, we set rules, but the reserve banks really make the decisions about granting accounts subject to those rules. And we actually think we can improve on that system with the current proposal we have, and are considering comments on that right now, as I'm sure you know very well.
Yeah, and as you also know that applicants for master accounts are getting whipsawed between the Federal Reserve Board of Governors and the banks, that one says that the Federal Reserve says that the banks have all of the authority they need, meaning Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City and others have all of the authority they need to make these decisions. And yet you go to the reserve banks and they say, oh no, we're waiting for the Board of Governors. And so there's a whipsaw effect and we get no answer. The black hole continues to exist. And, you know, my frustration level has long since been at a boiling point. It continues to be at a boiling point. There's no responsiveness. It's a black hole. And I wish to just once again use this opportunity to encourage you to address that. There's just no excuse. There's no excuse anymore, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Senator Lummis, Senator Van Hollen of Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Chairman Powell. I can't let an opportunity go by without raising the issue of the FedNow real-time payments system implementation. You would agree that if we can get the system into place, it will save millions of Americans billions of dollars, would you not?
Yes, I would.
And so that's why I just want to encourage you to move very quickly. As you know, the system is scheduled to go up next year. We had an earlier hearing in May in this committee, and Brookings Senior Fellow Aaron Klein, who spent a lot of time monitoring this system, shared his concern that we weren't moving fast enough to hit that date and fully implement it. So I just want your commitment, Mr. Chairman, that you are focused on this and that it is a priority.
Very much so. We're very focused on doing it right and also on time, and that's next year.
Right, because it especially impacts, of course, people living paycheck to paycheck, right, who make a deposit in a bank, but it doesn't clear. And then they get tagged with all sorts of overcharge fees and things like that. So I just, you know, other countries that are a lot less advanced in terms of technology, the United States have figured this out, and we should be there now. I just want to turn to really the issue of the day, which is this challenge in navigating between keeping a strong economy moving and low unemployment and dealing with price stability. On the good news front, and I think you've testified to this earlier, the United States is doing a lot better than our sort of near-peer economies when it comes to economic growth and quickly reducing our unemployment rate. Isn't that the case?
Yes, generally, we're further advanced in our recovery, I would say.
Yeah, so that's good news, and we want to keep that going. We also obviously want to deal with the price increases, and you know the concern, which has been shared by others this morning, is that many of the causes of those price increases are beyond the control of the Fed, and I call them the 3 Ps: Putin's war, pandemic supply chain disruptions, price gouging. Senator Cortez Masto raised that. And so I think the challenge is, how do you navigate increases in interest rates when a lot of the drivers of price increases are beyond your control? And I want to raise a specific kind of case study here, which is in the housing market. Because you would agree, would you not, that increasing the supply of housing can help reduce housing prices, right?
Sure.
But what we're seeing now is that with rising interest rates, obviously new investments are more expensive. We've seen housing starts fall by 14% in May. So that means fewer housing opportunities, less supply, fewer workers engaged in building new homes. So if you could just use that as a sort of case study of how you're going to navigate these cross currents.
So interest-sensitive spending is a very important aspect of how our tools work. And in the case of the housing market, what you're seeing is higher mortgage rates. So you're actually seeing demand move down quite significantly. Many indicators suggest that fewer people are visiting homes. The wait time for selling a home is increasing. Housing sales are moving down. Housing starts are moving down. And overall, it's a slowing in the housing market, and I think what you will see, or many forecasts call for the increase in housing prices to slow pretty significantly now. You've seen very, very large, as you know, increases in housing prices over really since the beginning of the pandemic, and to the point where, all over the country you have housing, people, 5 bids above the ask the second the house comes on the market. Well, that's cooling off now to a more sustainable pace. So what we hope is we can get demand, that part of the economy to slow to a more sustainable pace, and get the housing market back on a more sustainable path where there's a better balance between supply and demand.
I appreciate that. I'm just going to use my remaining time to sort of push you a little further on this issue, not specifically with housing, but given the fact that so many of the factors that are driving price increases are beyond our control, and you talked about core inflation. What is your confidence level that we will have what is generally referred to as a soft landing, where we won't overcorrect in raising our interest rates to the point that it begins to really hurt our economy, workers, and wages? What is your level of confidence that you can navigate a soft landing for the economy?
I mean, it is our goal. It is going to be very challenging. It has been made significantly more challenging by the events of the last few months, thinking there of the war and commodities prices and further problems with supply chains. And the question of whether we're able to accomplish that is going to depend to some extent on factors that we don't control.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I could, but this is the point I think many of us are making. The factors that are out of your control are not going to be susceptible to those costs being brought down, oil, gas, I heard you earlier, food, by the measures you're taking. And the risk is that the measures you're taking will slow down other parts of the economy without getting us the benefit of lower prices. So I think that is a big theme today, and I just look forward to continuing our conversation about how you're going to thread that needle.
Can I say that the other risk, though, is that we would not manage to restore price stability, and that we would allow this high inflation to get entrenched in our economy. And we know from history that will hurt the people we'd like to help, the people in the lower income spectrum, who suffer now from high inflation. That will hurt them more than anyone. So we can't fail on that task. We have to get back to 2% inflation so that we can have the kind of labor market that we really want.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, but as you know, the prices that people are experiencing most vividly day to day is the price of gas at the pump and the price at food at the grocery store, both of which are things that you've said are beyond your control. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Daines from Montana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Powell, good to see you here today. Like my colleagues, I continue to be deeply concerned with the inflation we're seeing in the economy and its real-life impact on Montana families. When I go back home, I hear the top 3 concerns from Montanans. It's inflation, it's inflation, it's inflation. It's the price of gas, it's the price of groceries. CPI inflation grew 8.6% year over year in May, the highest increase since December of 1981. In Montana and other mountain states, as you're aware, inflation grew by 9.4% versus a year earlier. This rate of inflation is unsustainable for Montanans and Americans alike. And for months, Republicans in
감사합니다.
Congress
고맙습니다.
and even
구독,
some
좋아요, 알람
Democrats,
설정 항상
like former
감사합니다.
Treasury
즐겨찾기 업
Secretary
감사합니다.
Larry
고맙습니다.
Summers,
사랑합니다.
warned of the massive inflationary risk.
와, 근데 형님들 이거 어떡하냐 진짜? 아니 그때 참 진짜 저기 파월 형님도 지금 참 진짜 답답하겠다. 할 수 있는 게 없네. 금리 올린다고 이게 잡힌다는 보장도 없잖아요. 막말로 에너지 가격 안 내리면은 더 올라갈 거 아니야. 와, 이거 진짜로 큰일이다. 러시아는 오히려 지금 에너지랑 저기 식료품은 있기 때문에 조금 오히려 더 지금 상황이 괜찮다던데, 어차피 거기는 국민들한테 조금 폭리를 취해도 국민들이 그냥 넘어갈 수밖에 없는 정부로 되어 있으니까. 와, 근데 미국은 지금 정유기업들도 바이든 한번 죽어봐라 이런 식으로 움직이고 있는 것 같아요. 왜냐하면은 바이든이 처음 먼저 목줄 끊어버리려고 했으니까 목을.
Of President Biden's approach to reviving the pandemic era
그렇죠.
US
파월이
economy.
잘한 거는 없죠. 뭔가 재임하기 그러니까 한 번 더 임기를 하기 위해서 바이든한테 영혼을 판 것 같기도 하고.
Stimulus plan
덕분에
may
전폭적인
trigger
지지는
the
있었죠.
highest inflation in more than half a century and could cost Democrats the chance to make lasting investments in the economy. There were many of us warning the administration and our colleagues across the aisle of blindly moving forward on a purely partisan basis to jam through that $2 trillion package and the inflationary risk associated with it. Now, with inflation at a 40-year high, these same Democrats are continuing their ill-advised effort to revise President Biden's sweeping Build Back Broke package, no matter the warning signs that are flashing right now in all of our faces. Chairman Powell, Mr. Summers has suggested several years of greater than 5% unemployment might be necessary to contain inflation. Would you agree with that assessment?
I guess I would say that I don't want to comment on other forecasts generally, but my assessment is that it's going to depend to a significant extent on factors like how long does the war run and how long does it take supply chains to improve and that kind of thing. There's a lot of uncertainty around that. I would have a lot of humility about trying to, predict with any clarity exactly where the economy is going to be in, the next 3 years, for example. But my assessment, though, is that there's certainly paths to get inflation down to 2%. With outcomes that are substantially less, troubling than what you just read.
You've characterized a soft landing as getting back to 2% inflation while keeping the labor market strong. What's your confidence that the Fed can achieve this goal without causing a recession?
So I think that is our goal. That's our intention. I think it's going to be very challenging. We've never said it was going to be easy or straightforward. It's going to be challenging, and the events of the last few months have certainly made it more challenging. And nonetheless, there are pathways through which that could happen. And in particular, what we saw in the early part of 2021 when inflation went up was very strong demand surged against what were unanticipated supply-side constraints. And the result was prices went up a lot, much more than could be explained by just the increase in demand. And so in principle, if demand can move back down, then inflation could move back along that path just as quickly as it went up. In principle, no one's guaranteeing that, but the idea is this is not the same, there are relationships in the economy for how quickly inflation would move compared to demand moving. This could be an unusual situation because we have had what is in effect a vertical supply curve.
와, 말 바뀌었다. 형님들 드디어 말 바뀌었어요. 오늘 처음으로 말이 바뀌었습니다. 경기 침체가 없이 할 거냐 그랬더니 처음으로 no recession에서 뭐 없을 거예요. 없어야 합니다. 없을 겁니다로 바뀌었어요. 예. 없습니다. 해서 뭐 있을 수도 있긴 한데 우리가 잘하면 없을 거예요로 바뀌었어요.
On now. It's getting demand down to a more sustainable level so that supply can catch up and is in better
한대
balance.
쥐어 박으면 안 되나 좀?
Chairman Powell, thank you. Thank you, Senator Daines. Senator Ossoff, on behalf of the chair.
Thank you, Senator Tillis. Mr. Chairman, welcome back. Let me state at the outset, you have an extraordinarily challenging job in extraordinarily complex times, and much of what you are responding to and adapting to is beyond your control. Your success is the country's success to a significant extent. It's the world's success, and I fervently hope for your success and appreciate your continued efforts. I'd like to ask you to specify, if you can, what transmission mechanisms you believe are most sensitive right now to the change in monetary policy, what forms of consumption you expect to be most sensitive to it, and the extent to which you anticipate that some of the effects that you hope to have on aggregate demand through the increase in rates are transmitted via financial markets, and if so, how?
So I guess I would say three basic channels through which our tools work. The first would be interest-sensitive spending, so that's durables.
이거 확실히 말씀드릴게요. 도전적일 거란 얘기에 대해서는 한번 언급하긴 했는데 뭐라 그랬냐면 그냥 딱 두 단어만 얘기했어요. No recession이라고 했어요. 근데 갑자기 도전적이래요. 네. 과연 정말 궁금하네요. 어떻게 될지.
Rates go up, it raises the cost of holding assets. It can
작년에는 제가 작년에 계속 말씀드렸죠. transitory, 일시적인 인플레이션. 올해는 no recession. 근데 냉정하게 리세션은 좀 안 오게 해줬으면 좋겠습니다.
rate, which you can think of as another asset price, but that also has the effect of
한
pressing down
30분
on
정도
inflation.
남은 것
So
같은데 20, 30분?
we look at all of those, starting with the first one. You can see we just talked about the housing market. The housing market is the classic part of the economy that's very sensitive to interest rates, and you're going to see a moderation in housing demand. You're going to see declining or slower increases, at least, in housing prices. So those are the three main channels I would point to.
Let me ask about in terms of asset prices and how financial markets are responding to the Fed's stance. I've consistently asked you and Secretary Yellen when you appear before the committee to talk about systemic risks, risk to financial stability, risk of financial contagion. Where you're moving swiftly and markets are volatile, there are perhaps institutional trades that could rapidly unwind or exotic financial instruments that no longer function well. What do you anticipate to be the parts of capital markets now, or the phenomena in capital markets that present the greatest risk to financial stability as the Fed takes the aggressive action that you're taking?
Well, I'd start by saying that the banking system is very strong, well-capitalized, highly liquid, does a much better job of understanding the risks it runs and managing them than before the global financial crisis. And that's a reflection of the work that regulators did and that the banks did too. So that part of the financial system is critically very strong, and we saw that through the pandemic, and we see it now. To your point, though, capital markets did show real periods of illiquidity during the immediate aftermath of the pandemic, and so we've been looking at ways. I say broadly, the regulatory community has been looking at ways to address that.
So you remain concerned about money markets?
Well, that's a different. So money markets that's a part of the economy which where it has become illiquid. Because the assets that they were invested in were not able to be turned into cash quickly to fund depositors wanting to take their money back. So we stepped in and had to provide that liquidity for the second time. There are reforms going on there at the SEC which should address that, and they're in the process of being considered and then implemented. So that should help on that front. I was thinking more of the Treasury market, for example, which it became illiquid when at the very beginning when people wanted nothing but cash, nothing but the cash and most cash-like things. Treasury market has been functioning though all through this period when we've very significantly changed the stance of monetary policy. So markets have been functioning well, reasonably well, and
okay, my time's running short,
and
appreciate that. We'll probably follow up to talk a little bit more about financial risk. With my remaining few seconds, let me ask you this: how would you characterize the share of responsibility, if you will, on the supply side versus the demand side for the elevated price levels over the last year? To what extent do you believe that, you mentioned the supply curve being steeper than expected, and so the increased durable goods demand and consumer demand having a greater than expected effect on prices. Right now, is the principal driver of the increase in the price level elevated consumer demand, elevated demand, or is it supply constraints? I know we're facing both, but I'm asking you to allocate, as you can, some share to each phenomenon.
Yeah, I just would say it's clearly both factors are principally at work here. You couldn't get this kind of high inflation without strong demand, and you certainly couldn't get it without the kind of supply issues that we've had, both in the labor market reflected in high wages, and then in the goods market reflected in what's happened with durable goods. And cars in particular, you look there, it's been driven by semiconductor shortage.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On behalf of the chair, Senator Moran.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Chairman Powell, thank you for your presence here today. Let me start just by making certain that I tell you something that I think I need to say on behalf of Kansans. I've never seen the level of anxiety, uncertainty, concern for the future as I see today when I have conversations with folks in my neighborhood and across Kansas. There's a sense that something's not right. Inflation is a significant component of that feeling, and the inability to know what's around the corner is terribly damaging to folks, both financially but also mentally or psychologically. There's a real circumstance out there that I want you as the chairman and your colleagues to know exists. It is, I think uncertainty and what the future holds is one of the most damaging things when people try to figure out their lives and how comfortable they are. I also want to highlight a particular Kansas, but middle America across the country issue of agriculture. I was on a farm on Saturday, participating in, observing harvest of wheat. We live in a world in which people are starving and more are going to starve if we are unable to, if we fail to get more grain into markets from Ukraine and from Russia, but from the United States as well. Agriculture, farming is a noble calling, and it has a lot to do with being able to feed people who are now desperate. Part of the concern in regard to agriculture is the interest rates have a significant consequence to the profitability, to the survivability of producers, and profit margins get squeezed if interest rates continue to climb. We face declining or lower land values. That creates greater access to credit challenges. Tell me how you see, one, how I can assure my Kansans that and Americans that things are going to be better, and two, how can I assure farmers and ranchers that their future will be brighter based upon the activities of the Federal Reserve?
So I take the sort of very low confidence readings that we're reading about and your comments about Kansas citizens as being pretty directly related to high inflation. And I think people haven't seen it. You know, most people, you and I, are old enough to remember what it was like, and it's you know, it's something that it just really does destroy public confidence in the economy and that kind of thing. So we need to get inflation back down to 2%, and all I can say is we're using our tools to do that, and the public should believe that we will get inflation back down to 2% over time. Again, there are factors that we don't control, but those factors do tend to wash out over time. Things like commodity prices don't tend to just keep going up. They may remain high, but they're quite volatile over time. That's what the record shows. So we're doing what we can to get inflation down, the parts that we can address. So for whatever that's worth, that's what we can do and what we will do. In terms of the agricultural patch, as you know, we have, including your Kansas City Fed president, we have some terrific people who are Reserve Bank presidents who give us a good sense of what's going on in the agricultural sector on an ongoing basis. And it's obviously a very, very difficult time with fertilizer prices and difficulty in getting all kinds of inputs. And it's just a very challenging time in the agricultural world. We do understand that. Our part of it is to do what we can to get inflation back under control. I know higher interest rates are painful, but that's the tool we have to moderate demand and get demand and supply back into balance so that inflation can come down.
Mr. Chairman, in a conversation you and I had on the phone, you indicated that, as you did today, there are certain aspects of inflation that you have little control over. One of them, I think you mentioned, was energy. Let me be reassured, if you would, that there will not be actions by the Federal Reserve to make lending to fossil fuel producers a component of the policies of the Federal Reserve. when you say you have little to do with it, you could cause great damage if you
내일도
decide
같은 시간이
to go down a path that was at least
제가
contemplated
알기로
by a number of nominees for the Federal Reserve Board. And I would love to be reassured that's not a component that you would pursue, and that we would not see resulting increasing cost of fuel as a result of federal policy, Federal Reserve policy.
In my view, and I think the view of my view certainly is that it's not our job to allocate credit to or against or away from any particular sector of the economy. That's a job for elected officials or for markets, but it's not a job for the Federal Reserve, which has a mandate to pursue maximum employment, price stability, a well-regulated banking system, and a sound payment system.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
On behalf of the chair, Senator Warnock.
와, 형님들 이거 진짜 어떻게
Thank you
해야
very
돼?
much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chairman Powell. For
아니,
being
뭔가 희망이
here
없나
again
뭐
today.
없어요?
Georgia is in a serious housing crisis.
에너지,
And,
식료품
the Federal
도대체
Reserve
어떻게
Bank
잡아?
of Atlanta has designated owning a home in Atlanta as unaffordable to the average home buyer. But it's not just a city problem.
결국 연준이 할 수 있는 게 없네.
Haralson County, a county with a population of less than 30,000.
그냥 뭐 저기
is also rated as
인플레이션 잡힐 때까지 금리나 올리면서 앉아
In the
있는 거
midst of this
아니에요?
housing
그러면?
crisis, the Federal Reserve Bank, which has a tough mandate and a tough time of managing inflation, has raised the federal funds rate by 0.75%. This means mortgages are about to get a lot more expensive for families. Chairman Powell, as the Fed raises its interest rates, what is the Fed doing to prevent this rate increase from further exacerbating the housing crisis?
Well, so by raising rates, we're what you're seeing is a slowing housing market now. You're seeing because of higher interest rates, mortgage rates have gone up pretty substantially, and you're seeing a slowing in the housing market. And that should mean, one of the things that should mean is that housing prices should stop going up at such remarkably rapid rates. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we've had a very, very hot housing market all around the country. And what should take place is, as demand moderates demand for housing moderates for new and existing homes, you should see prices stop going up quite so fast. You're also going to see fewer home sales and just generally a lower rate of activity in the housing market. So really what needs to happen is housing supply and demand need to get back into better alignment. And the part of that we can control is really by moderating demand so that prices stop going up quite so much, and that we can get back to a housing market where supply and demand are. Now, we don't control supply, and there are issues in this country around housing supply. It's harder to get land and lots and things like that. It's harder to get people to work. So there are supply side constraints. If you meet with builders from around the country, they will tell you that we have a longer term issue as a country around creating enough housing supply. That is not something that the Federal Reserve can do anything about, but it is an important issue.
Right. Notwithstanding that, mortgages are clearly, at least in the short term, are about to get more expensive. And it seems to me that what would be helpful is if the Congress would pass my Down Payment Toward Equity Act to help first-generation home buyers afford their first home. What effects do you expect the Fed's interest rate increases will have on let me put it this another way. The Federal Reserve helps enforce the Fair Housing Act and the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. What plans do you have to ensure that as interest rates increase, everyone still has access to a fair, reasonable price mortgage?
So the higher interest rates don't change our very important obligations under the fair credit laws that we enforce. And so we'll continue to enforce those, transparently and aggressively. It is true, though, that mortgage rates have gone up, and that will slow down demand, and that will be there's some pain involved in that for people paying higher mortgage rates, and also some people will be priced out of the mortgage market. But that is ultimately, what needs to happen if we are to get back to price stability, to a place where people's wages aren't being eaten up by inflation.
Right.
So the greatest pain would be if we allow this high inflation to just continue.
Yeah, I guess
will be right. Yeah.
Right, and I guess my point is that in the meantime, the folks who are on the margins of the marketplace in the first place, the issue is how do we protect them as much as possible. Related to that, when Secretary Yellen was here, she stated that the Federal Reserve needed to not only be skillful, but she said, quote, lucky to ensure, quote, a soft landing. I don't like counting on luck when the economic safety of Georgians, particularly those at the margins, is at risk, which is why I'm doing what I can here in the Senate. I've introduced a couple of bills to lower the price of gas, to lower the cost of groceries and other everyday goods, to cap the cost of insulin and other medication. And I've held the White House accountable to pursue investigation of price gouging of ocean carriers. And I've supported bipartisan legislation addressing the same issue that just became law. How can Congress lower costs for Georgia families? And what steps can Congress take to support the Fed and ensure a soft landing?
So I guess I'd be reluctant to give you advice while we're trying so hard to do the job that you've actually assigned us, which is to get inflation back down. But I think those are authorities that those of you who run for elected office have, and we don't have as mere appointees. So that's really up to you.
But you would agree that the folks at the margins of the economy are feeling the most pressure and pain, and that has to be addressed.
I think that's always the case, and in the case of inflation, it's really that if you're spending every dollar that you're intaking on the bare essentials of life, and the cost of them goes up 10%, you're in trouble right away.
Right.
Whereas middle class people and people better off than that, they've got some resources, some ability to deal with it. So that's why it's such a priority for us to get on top of inflation before it does become entrenched. Inflation's only now been around for, it really didn't start until March of last year. So it's not at all too late for us to get this job done and get back onto the kind of path we all want to be on.
Thank you so much. I'm concerned about this, and it's why in the meantime I've introduced several bills to lower the costs for essential items like gas and groceries and medication. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator.
On behalf of the chair, Senator Sinema, I think, will join virtually.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for joining us today.
시네마는
And
나네요.
congratulations on your recent reconfirmation. The inflation numbers continue to be concerning, and this is the #1 issue I've been hearing about from Arizonans. Families and small businesses are paying higher prices, and they need relief from soaring inflation so they can make ends meet. But we also know that this is not only a U.S. problem. Countries around the world, both big and small, are also seeing high inflation. So how is the U.S. positioned relative to other countries with respect to inflation?
I'd say our level of inflation is broadly comparable to that of other major economies. You saw Canada release their inflation number today. It's not far from where ours are. Same with the Western European democracies and the United Kingdom. But there are different compositions. So I would say generally, to generalize, in the United States, our inflation has more of a demand-driven component, whereas in Europe, it is more, to a greater extent, driven by very high energy prices, for example. Although in the United Kingdom kind of has a mix of both of those. We also have high energy prices here. So the levels are similar, but the composition is a little bit different here in the United States.
Well, thank you. Crypto markets have experienced substantial volatility in the past several weeks. Has the Fed been tracking these events, and what implications do they have for how the Fed is viewing the broader economic outlook and making decisions with respect to monetary policy?
We are tracking those events very carefully, of course, and not really seeing significant macroeconomic implications so far. And but I think the principal implication is really what we've been saying and others have been saying for some time, which is that in this very innovative new space, really there's a need for a better regulatory framework that treats, the same activity should have the same regulation no matter where it appears. And that isn't the case right now, because a lot of the digital finance products are in some ways quite similar to products that had existed in the banking system or the capital markets, but they're not regulated the same way. So we need to do that. And I think that is the main takeaway I would have.
What is an appropriate proportion of current U.S. inflation to assign to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine? And how are you thinking about these events in the context of setting monetary policy?
Well, I would say that, the increase in commodity prices are clearly connected to the war in Ukraine. So that part of inflation would be certainly much lower than it is without the war in Ukraine. And there's nothing that our tools work on demand, and there's a job for our tools to do here. There is a job to moderating demand so that it can be in better balance with supply, but it wouldn't. We don't think that we have the answer to higher oil prices, due to the global oil situation.
I know the Fed tracks the core personal consumption expenditures index closely when thinking about monetary policy. Many trends in our economy, including a big shift towards technology and e-commerce, accelerated during the first year of the pandemic. And it's possible that the indicators in which used to measure inflation may need to be revised to accurately measure inflation as Americans are experiencing it. So we all know inflation is high, but how high it is matters to ensure that we have an appropriate response. Congress and the Fed should make decisions based off the best information that most accurately reflects the challenges that families and businesses are facing. Have you given thought to this issue?
Well, yes, in the sense that we look very carefully at the way we measure inflation in this country. We actually use personal consumption expenditures, which is a little different and a better approach, we think, than the more traditional consumer price index. This was a change we made about 20 years ago, and I think economists generally think that PCE inflation does a better job of measuring the inflation that people are actually experiencing in their lives. So that is what we do, and we keep it updated. The government agency that manages it keeps it updated on a regular basis. So we think that's the right approach in terms of measuring inflation. Of course, we look at CPI as well, but we've chosen to make PCE inflation our principal measuring stick.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I see my time's expired. I yield back. Thank you.
거의 끝나겠다
Senator
이제.
Menendez of New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, I want to start on the issue of diversity
지금
at the
2시간
Fed.
20분 정도 됐거든요.
I have a letter that we sent you yesterday and signed by 9 senators, including 5 members of this committee, urging you to undertake a number of simple reforms to the process for selecting bank presidents and Class B directors. That process has to include meaningful transparency and public engagement if we are ever going to have Fed leadership that truly represents the public.
가장 엄청 길면 3시간? 조금 3시간 10분 뭐 이 정도면은 거의 끝나요. 2시간 한 3, 40분, 40분쯤에 4, 50분.
Can I have your commitment that you'll provide us with a substantive response by July the 22nd?
Yes.
Thank you. And also, will you commit to work with me to put in place real, meaningful changes to the process so we can have a broader array of voices to the Fed leadership?
I'll commit to having a frank discussion with you about that and what could be. We're open to ideas on how to improve. As you point out in your letter, it's not like we haven't made tremendous.
연준 의원들을 뽑고 그런 방향성에 대해서 투명하게 논의하실 것을 맹세하십니까? 이거 물어본 거예요. 내용 자체는 없습니다.
In your letter, less so, but those are appointed by the bankers in the district. But we can have this conversation.
Well,
I look forward to it.
Less so, but it's worse than less so. I mean, you don't have one bank president in the history of the Federal Reserve who's been Hispanic. That's far worse than less so.
I was talking about directors, but
Yeah.
you're right about that. I
And
accept
there was a tremendous opportunity, and it didn't happen. I just continue, I feel like I'm the lone effort on this, but 62 million Hispanic Americans who represent $2 trillion of domestic purchasing power deserve a seat at where some of the most important economic decisions are being made. So we look forward to the engagement that you've said that you're willing to engage in. Now, I am trying to find out, as others have raised with you, there's no question that painfully high inflation is affecting every family in America. But in order to develop the right response, we need to understand the underlying factors that are driving price increases. I think you've said here today that Russia's invasion of Ukraine, pandemic-related supply chain issues are perhaps, and the energy issues that flow from Russia's invasion of Ukraine are perhaps some of the biggest factors in driving inflation. But the question is, how is it that raising interest rates on those underlying causes of today's inflation ultimately are going to change it? You know, energy is still energy. Supply chain is still supply chain. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a continuing challenge for the world, but there's nothing about interest rates that's going to affect any of that.
No, but notwithstanding that, there are major parts of the economy where the demand exceeds supply meaningfully, and that's where our tools have a job to do, where we can moderate demand and give supply time to recover so that supply and demand get back into better balance and inflation comes down.
Well, it seems to me that we can all recognize that raising interest rates is a blunt tool at the end of the day. But I'm looking, going back to the beginning of my questioning, it's essential, I believe, to be mindful of the effects that your actions, your meaning the Federal Reserve, will have on unemployment, particularly for those groups that were hit hardest by the pandemic. The Fed's latest monetary policy report states that, quote, employment for blacks and Hispanics not only declined by more than that for whites and Asians early in the pandemic, but also recovered more quickly since the end of last year. Now that we're potentially entering a period of larger and more frequent interest rate increases, what do you expect will happen to the unemployment rates of black and Hispanic workers relative to the population as a whole?
Well, it'll depend on what happens to the overall unemployment rate. And you know, our goal is to achieve 2% inflation while still keeping the labor market strong. That's our intention with this.
Well, I appreciate what your intention is, but I would venture to say that what we will see is what we have seen in the past, that crisis after crisis disproportionately harms Americans of color. So I hope the Fed's response to inflation doesn't continue that trend, because it is woefully wrong that one group of Americans disproportionately faces consequences of policy decisions versus the rest of America. And this is another reason to have people at the Federal Reserve who represent this community to share those insights with the Fed as you determine these macro policies that are going to affect our communities disproportionately.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Powell, in response
거의
to
끝난 것
a
같은데요.
question from
근데 조금만
Senator
힘냅시다.
Warner
조금만.
and a question
아우,
from
이제야
Senator
조금만
Sinema, Senator Warner more or less asserted that we're all in the same boat in terms of inflation globally, but you made the point on two different occasions that what's driving inflation in largely Europe, a little bit less so in the UK, has to do with spiraling energy prices. Could you talk a little bit about, beyond the pain at the gas pump and the increased cost of transportation, how increasing, and I should say, and I believe that Europe is where they are, this is not for you to comment on, because they moved a little bit too aggressively and didn't look at resiliency with some of their energy inputs that were largely affected by the Russia invasion. But could you talk a little bit about the other commodities that are affected by rising interest rates? We're talking about housing, and we know that pipes, a number of inputs to housing construction, have gone up. Can you talk a little bit more about the market basket of other commodities that are influenced by increasing energy prices?
뭐 말이
I think
이상한데?
energy prices go into an awful lot of different places in the economy, including, as an input into manufactured goods of all kinds and plastics particularly and things like that. So it's a big contributor to inflation, not beyond just the actual energy prices.
Yeah, and so my only comment here, and then I just have a closing thought, is that we are unilaterally hamstringing your ability to bring inflation down. You don't have to respond to this. It's a policy position. By artificially increasing the cost of energy in this country. If we simply would recognize that there is a way to get to a transition to green renewable energy and make the glide path sustainable, we could easily separate ourselves from the rest of other Western democracies with respect to that tool, which is not in your toolbox. And hopefully we can get to that discussion and embrace the idea that the transition is inevitable. It's a matter of timing and resiliency in the meantime. Just one other question. I know the post-FOMC press conference, you ruled out a 100 basis point increase. Is that a long-term view or a view based on the circumstances as you see them today? In other words, would that be something potentially on the table if the measures that you're taking right now do not work out?
I think I would never take something off the table for any and all purposes. The committee that I chair will make whatever moves it believes are appropriate to restore price stability.
Okay. Well, I for one, am glad you're at the helm. I have a lot of confidence in you, which is why I voted for your confirmation. But we will be submitting some questions to the record back on the points that I made in the opening statement about transparency. There is some frustration, and I have to say it's bipartisan in terms of questions that we're asking and not getting answers to. The master account is one of them, but there are other items that we'll just include for the record. Thank you, Chair Powell. Thank you for serving.
Thank you, Senator Tillerson. Thank you for your cooperation in this hearing today, and a busy day for a lot of people. And Senator and Chair Powell, thank you. I have a series of questions. I have not asked my questions. I was saving them for last. And then after my questions, we'll adjourn. You said that Russia's aggression in Ukraine, port congestion, and COVID lock.
데이터를 봐야 된대요. 일단은 지금 답변할 수 없고 데이터를 봐야 되지만 그러니까 형님들 이제 CPI랑 부동산이랑 이런 거 한번 다 보세요. investing.com 가면은 다 나오잖아. 그거를 보면서 우리가 한번 맞춰 가봐야 될 것 같아. 일단은 절대 영역에서는 떨어졌습니다. 절대 안 한다는 건 아니고요. 그렇죠? 말을 최종적으로 바꿨어요.
On balance sheets, less so at the very bottom.
한다는 건 아니지만 그렇다고 절대 안 한다 해서 절대가 빠졌습니다. 안 할 것 같다로. 그러면은 이제 데이터를 봐야 돼.
Consumer spending hold up pretty well. Sorry, the rest of your question.
Well, are there positive signs of prices stabilizing?
So in terms of prices stabilizing, what we're looking for is, compelling evidence that inflation is coming down, and we don't have that. So nothing I could point to says that we have that. I will say that core PCE inflation is a pretty good indicator of where underlying inflation is running, and it has moderated over the course of this year reasonably significantly from where it was in the latter part of last year. Still way higher than it needs to be. We need to see a lot more progress. But just it's been running at a rate over the last, say, 4 or 5 months that is lower than it was, at least. But again, still far too high. So we're looking for that. We're not really seeing it yet. There are lots of stories out there how this should happen, and some people think it's very clear that it will. And until we actually do see it happen, we need to keep moving.
And I want to be clear from your comments publicly, your comments to this committee today. You say the economy is not at the point of a recession, correct?
I don't see the likelihood of a recession as particularly elevated right now. You should know that no one is very good at forecasting recessions very far out. No one's been able to do that regularly. But I would say that the U.S. economy for now is strong, and spending is strong. Consumers are in good shape. Businesses are in good shape. Clearly, financial conditions have tightened, and you're seeing growth slow from the very elevated levels of last year associated with the reopening. You're seeing the beginnings of job growth slowing to more sustainable levels, and there's risk in that. There's obviously risk in that. Monetary policy is famously a blunt tool, and there's risk that weaker outcomes are certainly possible, but they're not our intent.
And as I said at the beginning of my testimony, or my opening statement, that a couple hours ago, that our economy is growing faster than China's. Let me ask a few simple questions about gas prices. We've heard a lot today about gas prices from both sides. Just a few yes or no's. Does President Biden set gas prices?
No.
Does Congress set gas prices?
Not as far as I know.
Do you, as chair of the Federal Reserve, set gas prices?
No.
I wouldn't ask you to assign a sort of quantum responsibility, but starting with the decisions of OPEC and the world's major oil companies to not produce more, can you tell the committee briefly what goes into the price at the pump, and ultimately what tools you have, Congress has, other government agencies have to bring the price down?
It's really principally the price of oil, which is set globally by the actions of largely by the actions of large oil-producing countries. And then it's the refining spread, what it costs to refine, what the refiners can charge before the public consumes that refined product. So those are the two pieces of it, and we don't have really, our tools certainly don't work to address either of those things.
Let me talk for a moment about housing. Several have asked about the skyrocketing costs for both renters and aspiring homeowners. Prices over the last 2 years, but prices weren't that great prior to President Biden and the last administration either, we know. Last year alone, rents went up more than 11%, grew faster than wages. What are the short-term and long-term effects on inflation in our economy if renters see more and more of their monthly income going to housing?
That will crowd out other kinds of spending, and that's the very fast increases in housing prices over the last couple of years have been very broad across the country and unsustainably high.
And that, of course, speaks to the importance of building more housing. Last question I want to ask before adjournment. We've seen cryptocurrency values collapse by some $2 trillion, and markets crash over the past few weeks. Consumers losing money, workers losing jobs. The Monetary Policy Report highlighted the risks of stable coins, digital assets that aim to maintain a stable value in order to trade cryptocurrencies. Talk for a moment, if you would, about the financial stability and monetary policy risks that these assets pose, and how are stable coins different? In your answer, include how stable coins are different from the U.S. dollar, which has the full faith and credit of the United States behind it.
A stable coin is an instrument really that is backed up in it. There's a reserve that has securities in it that are meant to assure the value of that of let's say it's a dollar stable coin. So it's meant to assure that your interest is actually worth $1. So that sounds a lot like a money market fund, for example. And the way money market funds work is there's great transparency about what's in the reserve and their requirements about what must be in the reserve in order to preserve that $1 value. The world of stable coins is new and emerging, and it doesn't have the sort of fit for purpose regulatory scheme that it needs to. And I think that's something you've been hearing a lot across the board from a number of federal agencies and from our own Treasury Department. which has been leading an effort to try to put in place. And many members of Congress now have proposed new frameworks for regulating stablecoins and digital assets generally, and that seems like a wise thing.
And you don't, clearly SEC, clearly CFPB, other agencies, the Fed's role in regulation of cryptocurrency, in your mind, is what?
Well, that's one of the issues, is who really does have authority over this, and that's something Congress would need to clarify. We have authority over what banks can and can't do, some banks and bank holding companies. The SEC has some jurisdiction over securities. The CFTC has relevant jurisdiction. So part of this will be sorting out, deciding what these things are and how they should be regulated. There are stablecoins that are really used in connection with the crypto trading platforms. That's most of what happens now with stablecoins, but there are also some stablecoins and even more potentially that will be used in payments broadly. So that would be two different kinds of regulation there. It's just an area where Congress Congress is investing bandwidth and looking at proposals and something like, and that's I think a healthy process that should lead over time to something that has bipartisan support and puts in place appropriate regulation for the whole area.
Let me drill down for then my last question. What if Congress doesn't act on? I understand that the Commodities Future Trading Commission understand what you said about SEC. Is the Fed directly involved in any of these regulatory actions regarding cryptocurrency, absent Congress action?
We regulate banks, regulate and supervise banks. And so we have a say in what our banks, the Federal Reserve regulated banks and bank holding companies do with crypto assets on their balance sheets, what activities are permitted and that kind of thing.
Does that
of course,
suggest,
the OCC is at that table, and so is the FDIC.
Does that suggest that a number of American banks are cautious because of your oversight of them on crypto?
I mean, American banks are are now very much exploring, are there profitable opportunities to serve our customers in this new space? And of course, what we're doing is saying, let's be sure that takes place in a way that preserves and supports safety and soundness. And we've had a ongoing set of meetings and collaborations with the FDIC and the OCC. And that's ongoing, I guess, between us and the OCC. So I think that's an appropriate way to carry it forward. But it's not a substitute for what I think is it's not like it's like any other major area of innovation. Ultimately, Congress will come together to create a regulatory framework that.
여러분들 주작은 하지 마세요. 100bp를 올린단 말 한 적 없습니다. 이거 또 어디 가가지고 또 100bp 어그로 끄지 마시고 잠깐만 기다려주세요.
Those questions are due 1 week from today, Wednesday, June 29th. To Chair Powell, please submit your responses to these questions for the record for no more than 45 days from the day you receive them. Thank you again for your testimony. The committee is adjourned.
자, 형님들, 그러니까 100bp를 언급한 게 아니라 이거 제가 정리 한번 해드릴게요. 근데 정리하기 전에 가장 중요한 거, 그러니까 이제 FOMC에서 100bp 인상을 제외했었는데 뭐 장기적인, 단기적인 아니면 가능성이 있는가라고 그랬어요. 그랬더니 비장한 목소리로 연준에서는 필요하다면 모든 조치를 취할 것입니다라고 얘기했어요. 이거는 데이터가 들어오고 100bp라는 근데 그건 있어. 개인적으로 좀 그러니까 뭐 이 하락이 이거에 대한 이유는 아니겠지만 한 가지 불안 요소가 하나 더 생기긴 했어요. 저도 좀 올랐으면 좋겠는데 뭔가 하나 사라지려고만 하면은 또 이제 롱이나 현물 잡으신 분들은 쇼 잡으신 분들이 100bp 꺼내면서 막 뭐라고 얘기하면은 할 말은 없겠다 이제는. 왜냐하면 필요하다면 네, 일단은 끝났고요. 정리를 한번 해드리겠습니다. 정리를. 자, 일단은 형님들 진짜로 2시간 45분 동안 진짜 고생 많으셨습니다. 오늘 밤에 또 봐야 돼요. 그나마 일찍 끝나서 다행이네. 오늘 밤에는 하원 있거든요. 하원은 쌈딱들이에요, 쌈딱들. 막 직설적으로 얘기하고 너네가 멍청해서 그래요 막 이런 말도 하는 사람들이거든요. 그러니까 오늘 밤에 하원에서 아마 오늘 100bp 언급 갖고 물어 뜯을 것 같아. 내가 개인적으로 생각할 때 뭐라고 물어볼 것 같냐면요, 지금 뭐 필요하다면이라 그러는데 도대체 언제 필요하냐 막 이런 식으로 물어볼 것 같거든요. 하원이 조금 옐런 누나도 하원에서 눈물 글썽글썽 했었죠. 그나마 상원은 좀 신사적이게 넘겨줬네. 옐런 누나도 왜 이딴 말을 했는지 모르겠어. 럭키가 필요하대. 옐런 재무장관이 왔을 때 연준이 소프트 랜딩, 연착륙을 하기 위해서는 럭키, 운이 좋아야 된다. 럭키. 야, 씨. 그러면은 럭키하지 못하면은 지금 어떻게 되는 건데? 아니, 정책 관리를 하고 저기 나라를 책임지는 사람이 럭키. 와, 어질어질하다 진짜. 벌써부터 머리가 아프네요. 지금 잠깐만 정리를 한번 하겠습니다. 잠깐만요. 빠르게 중요한 것만 짚고 넘어갈게요. 빠르게. 그러니까 일단 연준 의장 발언에 대해서 얘기하겠습니다. 인플레이션의 상승세는 매우 급격한 상승이 이루어졌으며 그 전에 구독과 좋아요 알람 설정 해 놓으시고 그래야 20K 깨졌네요 일단은. 근데 저게 어떻게 될지 모르니까 한번 너무 급하게 선택하지 마시고 후회할 선택하지 마시고 천천히 한번 접근하시는 것도 나쁘지 않습니다. 이제 인플레이션의 상승세는 매우 급격하게 이루어졌으며 연준 의원들을 모두 놀라게 했습니다. 추가적인 데이터가 들어올 때 면밀히 데이터를 분석해서 대응해서 경제 전망에 전달할 것입니다. 투명하게 한대요. 이제 이 투명하게 한다는 거는 결론 뭐냐면, 만약에 저기 형님들 MBS 있지, MBS 팔아치우게 되면 말하게 주겠다는 얘기입니다. 그래서 경제는 매우 타이트해졌으며 이는 경제와 인플레이션에 작용했으며 재정적 상황이 크게 악화되었습니다. 노동의 수요는 매우 강력하며 노동 공급은 여전히 약합니다. 노동력의 참여율은 1월 이후 변동이 크지 않습니다. 연준은 유연하게 flexible. 자, 하나 더 나왔습니다. 변수의 단어, 마법의 단어 flexible. 한번 팔로우업 한번 해보시고요. 금융조건의 긴축은 성장을 억제할 것이고 이는 수요와 공급의 균형을 유지하는 데 도움이 될 것입니다. 성윤님 5,000원 감사합니다. 고맙습니다. 사랑합니다.
오늘도 많은 분들이 늦은
부티크 조신질 형님도 감사합니다. 고맙습니다. 추추 형님은 이메일 주세요. 5월의 데이터를 통해서 분석해보면 근원 인플레이션이 4월에 연간 4.9%대를 유지하거나 약간 완화될 것으로 보이고 이미 발표했듯이 현재의 페이스대로 금리 인상을 진행할 것이며 대차 대조표 축소도 할 거다. 미리 말씀드린 금리 계획 외에는 데이터가 들어오고 경제 전망을 통해서 회의를 할 것이며 이거는 좀 내용 좀 내리고 그 다음에 연준이 75bp 인상을 했는데 이는 30년 동안 가장 높은 수준이래요. 그리고 자, 형님들 마법에 정말 항상 형님들이 저한테 그러고 방송에서 했던 말이 나왔습니다. 금리 인상은 마법같이 푸틴이 탱크를 돌리게 하지 않습니다. 명언이다 이거. 금리 인상은 푸틴이 탱크를 돌리게 하지 않습니다. 명언이다 명언 진짜. 야 이거 맨 처음부터 이 말하면서 참 진짜 아이고. 그리고 일단 금리가 올리면 달러 인상, 뭐 금리 인상은 자동차 등 여러 가지 소비 분야에서 주춤하게 만들고 이를 통해서 수요와 공급을 어느 정도 컨트롤. 그러니까 결국에는 금리 올리는 이유가 수요를 좀 줄이겠다는 건데, 줄인다고 주나요? 잘 모르겠습니다. 줄여야겠죠. 아무래도 줄인다고 했으니까 성공하길 바랍니다. 정책이. 그러니까 수요와 공급을 통해 소비를 컨트롤 얘기를 하니까 네, 대답해 주세요. 그쵸? 사람들이 쓸 돈이 줄어드는 거 아닌가요? 그렇다면 기업들이 금리가 높으면 더 많은 사람들을 고용하고 더 많은 공장을 짓거나 여러 가지 비용을 투입을 안 하겠죠? 노동자가 부족하게 된다면. 그랬더니 아니요, 그게 아니라 금리를 인상하는 거에 대해서 묻고 있으니까 대답해 주세요. 제가 이 질문을 하는 이유는 금리 인상이 기업들에게 노동자들을 해고하고 더욱 일하기 어려운 환경을 만들기 때문입니다. 모기지가 벌써 올해 2배가 되었습니다. 인플레이션은 병입니다. 그리고 그에 합당한 처방과 약으로 컨트롤을 해야 되는데 현재 연준이 인플레이션을 컨트롤할 수 없다고 생각합니다. 연준의 금리 인상은 식료품이나 석유, 가스의 가격을 낮출 것이라고 생각하지 않습니다. 네, 형님들 진짜 오늘 건져갈 게 꽤 많았는데 그중 하나가 이겁니다. 금리 인상을 한다고 식료품, 석유, 가스의 가격을 낮출 것이라고는 생각하지 않는데요. 그 외적인 부분에서 예를 들어서 차량 구매를 줄여서 반도체가 좀 덜 쓰이게 만들어서 가격을 낮추는 뭐 이런 방법을 쓰려고 하는 것처럼 얘기를 하는데 좀 잘 됐으면 좋겠습니다. 진짜로. 인플레이션이 트랜지토리 일시적이라고 하셨는데 의회에서는 1년이 넘게 인플레이션에 대해서 경고했습니다. 그런데 파월 연준 의장님께서는 작년에 와서 분명히 일시적이라고 하셨죠. 그런데 최근에는 연준이 틀렸다고 인정하셨죠. 에너지 가격, 항공료, 원자재 등 심각하게 가격이 상승했습니다. 작년에 인플레이션에 대해서 대응하는 것에 늦지 않았기를 바라며 말씀드렸었는데 결국 늦었군요. 지금 기름 그리고 가스의 가격을 보세요. 연준과 바이든 정부가 미국 국민들에게 실패를 안겼습니다. 연준과 바이든 정부는 실패했습니다. 인플레이션의 완벽한 컨트롤을 하기 어려운 건 인지하고 있습니다. 그래도 이제 와서 뭐라도 할 수 있는 게 없냐? 현재 정책 금리는 1.6%입니다. 어느 정도 중립에 도달할 수 있게 강력하게 모든 도구를 사용해서 대응할 것입니다. 그렇다면 그게 뭔가? 금리를 3에서 3.5%. 석유와 가스 상승은 러시아 우크라이나 침공으로 인해서 그리고 형님도 오늘 연준이 살짝 하나 손절을 쳤어요. 뭐냐면 처음으로 인플레이션이 높았음을 시사했습니다. 처음으로 인플레이션이 러시아 침공 그리고 중국 봉쇄 전에 이미 상승하고 있었다라는 것에 대해서 인정을 했습니다. 네, 처음으로. 사실상 처음이죠. 그러면서 이제 정유기업에 대해서는 조금 애매한 것 같아요. 그러니까 정유기업에 대해서 언급하니까 되게 민감하게 반응한 거 보니까 이것도 좀 한번 확인을 좀 해봐야 될 것 같아요. 그리고 쭉 내려가서 인플레이션이 높은 것은 에너지 가격 상승이 심각하게 상승했다. 이거는 이제 민주당 쪽에서 얘기를 했죠. 이제 이게 공화당이지. 침공 전 50%가량 이미 상승을 했다. 모든 것을 러시아 탓으로 돌리기에는 개인적으로 바이든 정부의 정책 실패라고 생각합니다. 바이든 대통령이 가스관을 멈추게 하고 여러 가지 다른 방향성을 제시하면서 정유기업 및 석유, 가스에 대한 투자가 미래지향적이지 못한 좋지 못한 투자라는 방향성을 제시를 했고 그게 문제를 일으켰다. 파월 의장님 걱정돼서 말씀드리는 거지만 아마 미래에 일어날 일이겠지만 만약에 인플레이션을 잡지 못한다면 파월 의장님께서 모든 것을 뒤집어 쓰고 무너질 겁니다. 라는 식으로 얘기를 했습니다. 내부 분열을 꿈꾸기 위한 건지 모르겠는데 일단은 독을 심었어요. 씨앗. 독의 씨앗을 심어놨습니다. 이게 과연 어떻게 작용이 될지 정말 궁금합니다. 특히 현 상황에서 연준이 인플레이션을 통제할 중심도구나 역할이 가능하지 않다는 걸 알고 있는데 연준 보고 잡으라네요? 라는 겁니다. 그러니까 결국 이거예요. 그쵸? 연준 의장님도 동의하시죠? 러시아 침공 그리고 뭐 저기 유가 그러니까 석유 가스 연준에서 가격 올리나요? 아니죠? 그쵸? 그런데 연준이 할 수 있는 게 많을까요? 근데 왜 연준이 인플레이션을 혼자 잡고 책임도 혼자 지는 것처럼 이야기가 나오는 건지. 네, 요거예요. 요거가 지금 독을 하나 심었습니다. 이게 어떻게 발전이 될지 아니면 아무 의미 없을지는 추후에 한번 지켜봐야 될 문제인 것 같습니다. 그리고 인플레이션의 가장 큰 문제는 글로벌 문제라고 생각합니다. 다 동의하지 못하는 많은 분들도 계시겠지만 터키는 현재 인플레이션이 연 78%, 핀란드 유가 가스 가격은 하늘을 뚫고 있습니다. 그렇다면 조 바이든 대통령의 실패가 핀란드와 터키에도 당한 건가요? 이거는 이제 민주당 쪽에서 얘기를 했고요. 가스 텍스 홀리데이를 포함해서 이제 여러 가지 뭐 도입을 하는 것도 방향성에 대해서 나오고 있고, 또 당신은 현재 미국 내에서 가장 강력한 사람입니다. 바이든 대통령보다 파월이 더 높다는 식으로 얘기를 했어요. 아니요. 미국이 아니라 전 세계에서 가장 강력한 권력, 가장 강력한 힘을 가지고 있는 사람이 파월이래요. 전 세계에서. 그러니까 텍스 홀리데이가 뭐냐면요. 아까도 제가 말씀을 드렸긴 했지만 텍스 홀리데이가 이제 일정 기간 동안 기업들이나 아니면은 국민들이 세금을 내지 않거나 그거에 대해서 해당 물건이나 뭐 그러니까 여기서 이제 저 기름이나 가스죠. 거기서 세금을 내지 않거나 세금 가격을 줄이는 겁니다. 형님들 솔직히 방송 안 봤지? 아니 저거 영상 좀 보세요. 이거 내가 이거 다 정리해놨잖아요. 이거 솔직히 나쁘지 않아. 이렇게 13분씩 짧은 거 올려주는 거 있잖아. 정리해서 올려주는 거. 여기 보면은 내가 여기 써놨어. ABC 뉴스에서 옐런 재무장관한테 의회에서 몇몇 의원들이 게스텍스 홀리데이를 통해 갤런당 $5를 요구 중인데 유지를. 이제 텍스 홀리데이는 국민들 혹은 기업들이 세금을 내지 않거나 평소보다 적게 내는 기간, 휘발유, 경유 등의 가격이 매우 높아 가계에 부담이 되고 있는 것을 인지하고 있으며 게스텍스 홀리데이는 고려할 가치가 있는 아이디어. 요거 영상들 짧은 건 한번 확인해 보세요. 특히 이거. 그러면서 일단은 지금 경기 침체는 안 일어날 거라고 입을 모아서 얘기하고 있어요. 재무부에서도 경기 침체가 불가피하다 생각하지 않는다라고 했어요. 그러니까 지금 오늘 파월 거랑 비교해서 말씀드릴게요. 기왕 이거 본 김에. 잠깐만요. 깜짝이야. 잠깐만요. 기왕 이거 본 김에 오늘 파월이 얘기했던 내용이랑 대조를 해서 한번 말씀을 좀 드릴게요. 그러니까 이제 옐런 재무장관이 처음에 뭐라 그랬냐면 파월 연준 의장이 인플레이션을 용납할 수 없다고 언급했고 파월 의장이 인플레이션 해결을 해줄 거다. 예. 라고 떠넘겼어요. 떠넘기면서 뭐였어? 다음 거. 그러니까 경기 침체가 불가피하지 않다. 불가피하다라고 생각하지 않는다. 그러니까 경기 침체 오지 않을 거다. 이런 식으로 얘기를 했어요. 은행 잔고가 높고 저소득 가구를 포함해서 충분한 저축액을 보유하고 있으며 지출을 유지할 수 있을 것으로 분석. 지출 패턴이 변화하고 식품 및 에너지 가격 상승이 확실히 소비자에게 영향을 미치고 소비 패턴을 바꾸게 하고 있다. 하지만 전반적인 지출은 매우 강력하다. 이렇게 얘기를 했고요. 그다음에 실업보험 청구도 역사상 최저 수준. 그리고 모든 실업자들이 최소 2개의 일자리에 대한 선택권을 가지고 있고 전쟁 후 기간 동안 노동시장이 가장 강력하며 소비자 지출 감소가 경기 침체의 이유가 될 것으로 분석하지 않는다라고 얘기를 했습니다. 그러면서 이제 재무부는 인플레이션을 러시아 탓으로 돌렸어요. 아예 그냥 대놓고. 그리고 미국이 인플레이션으로 고통받는 유일한 선진국이 아니다. 그러니까 미국뿐만 아니라 다 그렇게 힘든 거니까 시간이 지나면 인플레이션 하락한다. 어차피 이렇게 얘기를 했고요. 그다음에 이제 뭐 가격이 하락하기 전에 먼저 오르지 않나 이렇게 대해서 물어봤는데 이것도 장기적으로 낮아질 것 같다. 그리고 지금 러시아 사태 때문에 스필오버 현상이 일어나는데 스필오버가 이게 아예 그냥 그 경제용어 단어가 있더라고요. 특정 지역에서 나타나는 현상이 넘쳐 흘러 다른 지역까지 퍼지거나 영향을 미치는 현상. 그러니까 지금 스필오버 현상 때문에 그런 거니까 어차피. 그리고 이게 또 있고 이제 에너지랑 식료품이 가장 높은 거라서 그것만 해결하면 되고. 자, 여기서 형님들 한 가지 문제가 하나 나와요. 미국 석유협회는 추가 생산 요구 반대 중이며 국내 석유 및 천연가스로부터 멀어지면서 에너지 수요는 충족하려는 정부의 잘못된 정책이다 라고 얘기를 했습니다. 석유협회에서. 그랬더니 정책이 석유 시장에 일어나는 일에 대한 책임이라고 생각하지 않는다. 실제로 석유 및 가스의 소비는 팬데믹 이전보다 낮다. 정유시설이 생산량을 감소했고 그리고 생산자들, 정유시설이 경제 회복의 힘을 깨닫지 못하고 경제의 요구를 충족할 만한 준비가 되어 있지 않았고 그리고 이제 한바 이제 선전포고도 했어요. 중기적으로 기후변화에 대처 위해 재생 가능 에너지로 이동하는 것이 필요하다. 그것이 유가로부터 미국을 자유롭게 하는 방법이다. 라는 식으로 얘기를 했습니다. 네.
오늘 밤에 파월 때 하원 의원들이랑 대화 나누는 거예요. 그리고 오늘 말한 금리 얘기 제대로 나오겠네요.
글쎄요. 일단은 아마 오늘 파월 연준 의장도 집에 가서 좀 대응을 하겠죠. 내일 오늘 밤에 거를 대비를 좀. 중국 관세에 대해서는 좀 논의하고 있다고 하는데 글쎄요. 뭐 그렇게 막 앞으로 어떻게 될지 한번 지켜봐야죠. 그쵸? 그리고 지금 대차 대조표가 1조 5천억 달러에서 9조까지 올라서 이거 줄이고 있고 금리 올리면 대차 대조표 축소하고 있고 러시아의 우크라이나 침공 전에도 인플레이션이 높았습니까? 네, 그렇습니다. 이에 대해서 매우 긍정적이게 생각합니다. 현 정부가 인플레이션을 모두 러시아의 탓으로 돌리려고 하고 있기 때문에 이는 긍정적이게 생각하고 디지털 자산 같은 경우에도 어쨌든 제도권 안에 규제 안에 들여서 안정성을 확보를 해야 된다 라고 얘기를 지금 하고 있습니다. 그리고 이제 뭐 팬데믹 기간뿐만 아니라 은행이 강력하기 때문에 미국이 흔들리는 게 덜할 거다라는 분석을 내놨어요. 농업 분야가 고통받고 있는 건 아는데 근데 이거 보세요 형님들. 사실상 농업인들한테 배째래요. 농업 종사자들이 얼마나 금리 인상으로 고통받고 있는지 인지하고 있지만 수요와 공급의 균형을 맞추기 위해 금리를 도구로 사용할 수밖에 없습니다. 라고 얘기를 했어요. 그리고 연준이 금리를 인상하면서 부동산이 더욱 심각해지는 것에 대해서 대책 아니면 대처는 금리를 인상하면서 추가적으로 심각한 부동산 가격이 상승하지 않을 것으로 분석 중이래요. 이것도 분석입니다. 럭키에 대해서 얘기했고요. 럭키. 그리고 이제 뭐 마지막으로 이거 FOMC에서 100bp 인상을 제외했었는데 장기적인, 단기적인 아니면 가능성이 없나 그랬더니 데이터를 보고 만약에 필요하다면 100bp 올리는 것도 협상 테이블 위에서 내리지 않겠다 라고 얘기를 했습니다. 자, 그러면은 일단은 여기까지 정리를 마치도록 하고요. 나머지는 이따가 저녁에 잠깐만요. 오늘 밤은 11시에요. 오늘은 10시 반이었죠. 내일은 11시입니다. 11시. 9시 30분이고 아침 얘네 기준으로 여긴 10시니까 제가 방송을 10시 한 15분 10시쯤에 킬게요. 10시에서 10시 15분쯤에 공지 올리고 농민들이 죽어나가겠지 뭐 진짜로. 이거 어디서 보냐고요? 연준 홈페이지요. 연준 홈페이지, 연준 저기 캘린더 치면은 나와요. 제가 보는 거는 다 저기 공식 웹사이트들이에요. 이거는 저기 상원 웹사이트고 다행히도 얘네들은 저작권이 없어요. 그러니까 저작권이 없다는 게 뭔 말이냐면 이 측에서 직접 연락 와서 내리라고 하지 않는 이상 그러니까 제가 이걸 막 악의적으로 막 무슨 막 저기 이상한 영상을 만들고 막 그래서 그걸 보고서 연준이나 뭐 상원 그리고 저기 바이든 정부에서 내리라고 하지 않는 이상 다행히 크리에이티브 권한이 있어서 그래서 우리가 다 실시간으로 볼 수 있는 겁니다. 오늘 밤은 하원 청문회, 하원 청문회. 와. 그래도 어찌어찌 끝났네. 그쵸? 어찌어찌 끝났어. 잠깐만 형님들 잠깐만 지금 꿀 이벤트 하나 있다. 형님들 잠깐만 지금 잠깐만. 와 여기 저기 뭐냐 그 코알라 커뮤니티에서 오늘 저기 뭐지 방송에 시청자분들 많아서 그런지 그 기타 갤러리에 유튜브 영상 스샷 찍어서 EZPZ로 제목 올리면은 추첨 통해서 치킨 2마리 준대요. 그러니까 만약에 기왕 지금까지 깨어나 있었고 만약에 가입하신 분들은 가입하는 분은 그 기타 갤러리 일산 제니스님 이더리움 이클 웨이브 왜 나는 안 줘? 나도 줘요. 나는 안 주고 저런 사람들만 되지? 아무튼 기타 갤러리 여기구나. 기타 갤러리에 여기다가 제 방송 있죠. 제 방송 지금 하는 거 스샷 찍어가지고 올리면 그 중에서 이제 저기 2명한테 치킨 드린대요. 안 해도 돼. 안 해도 돼. 그러니까 하고 싶은 사람만. 지금 사실 저기 뭐냐 5,000명 6,000명이긴 한데 냉정하게 지금 깨 있는 분은 내가 봤을 때 1,000명 안 되거든. 그리고 코알라 커뮤니티 가입하거나 가입할 사람도 그렇게 많진 않을 것 같아. 나도 해도 되나? 잠깐만 나도 해야지. 혹시 모르니까 아니 어차피 뭐 여기 돈 드는 게 그냥 커뮤니티잖아. 커뮤니티 이벤트니까 그냥 웃으면서 보면 되죠 뭐. 안 그래요? 저기 뭐 저기 돈을 가져가거나 뭐 결제 시스템이 있는 것도 아니고 그래도 이렇게 좀 깨끗한 데가 많이 활성화가 돼야 이상한 데가 좀 줄어들죠. 나는 그것 때문에 코알라 커뮤니티 여기에서 처음에 이제 광고 제의 왔을 때 제가 780개 광고 제의를 받았는데 다 거절하고 그나마 코알라 커뮤니티에서 받은 이유 중 하나가 여기는 그래도 이상한 게 없어요. 뭐 이상한 게 없다는 얘기가 뭐냐면
6,500명이니까 치킨 65마리는 쏴야죠.
왜? 내가 당첨되면 왜 주최측에 녹가냐? 어처구니가 없네. 아니, 나도 좀, 먹고 살자. 그러니까, 한 번만 설명해 드리면, 원래 지금 광고 오늘 할당은 끝났는데, 대략 한 번만 설명해 드리면, 이제 뭐 공시 같은 거 있으면 싹 정리해서 올려놨어요. 그래서 공시 같은 것도, 잠깐만요. 보면은 좋고, 그러니까 그냥 뭐 이제 코인판, 뭐 거기 비트맨 등등 이제 그런 뭐랄까 코인 커뮤니티들 싹 다 합쳐 놓는 게 목적이고, 나중에는 이제 저기 방문자를 통해서 구글 홍보 같은 거 있잖아. 구글 그러니까 그 뭐 갤러리나 아니면은 뭐 그런 데도 다 이렇게 방문자 많으면은 또 먹고 살잖아요. 그런 것처럼 데이터존에 이제 코인 정보 다 올려놓고, 그다음에 공시 같은 것도 이렇게 싹 다 정리돼 있으니까 본인 거 마틱이면 마틱, 뭐 아니면 파일코인, 뭐 솔라나, 클레이, FTT, 뭐 샌드박스 뭐 다 있으니까 공시 같은 것도 확인하는데 좀 도움이 되고, 뉴스도 그냥 좀 귀찮다 그러면 여기 가서 클릭해서 그냥 쓱 한번 훑어보면 오늘 무슨 일이 있었는지 나오니까, 네, 하원이 좀 빡셀 것 같긴 해요. 그리고 여기서 이제 커뮤니티 들어가서 기타 갤러리 간 다음에 이렇게 와, 치킨의 힘이 위대하네. 한 명, 두 명, 세 명, 네 명, 다섯, 여섯, 일곱, 여덟, 아홉, 열, 열하나, 열둘, 열세, 열네, 열다, 열여, 열일곱, 열여덟, 열아홉, 스물. 안 한다. 아니, 안 한다 해놓고 한 사람도 있네. 모른 척 할게. 이게 경쟁을 줄이기 위해서였구나. 알겠습니다. 내가 눈치를 못했네. 죄송합니다. 안 한다 해놓고. 겁나 웃기네, 씨. 하긴 어차피 저거 스크린샷 하나 올려가지고 만약에 치킨 당첨될 수 있다면 올리는 게 맞긴 하지. 이거 뭐 몇 초 걸린다고. 겁나 웃기네. 아무튼 잠깐만요. 이거였나? 이거 1만 포인트 10명 준다 그랬거든요. 1만 포인트면은 이거 무료 코인 뽑기 뭐야 10번인가 할 수 있거든요. 10번 이상인가 할 수 있는데, 이거 코인 뽑기? 설마 이거 돈인가요? 그게 아니라 여기 보시면은 참여하는 거예요. 그러니까 잠깐만요. 네, 로그인이 안 되니까 안 나오네. 잠깐만요. 그 댓글 로그인하면 20포인트 주고, 그리고 글 쓰면 10포인트, 댓글 달면 3포인트. 그냥 커뮤니티예요. 커뮤니티. 예. 그래서 이렇게 가면은 여기 있는데, 보면은 로그인 20포인트, 글 작성 10포인트, 댓글 3포인트. 그래서 댓글하고 글 쓰고 로그인해서 모아가지고 코인 뽑아가지고 5,000원 이상 되면은 출금 같이 준대요. 직접 받으신 분들도 있고.
형 크크두 마리는 심했다. 크크크탱 보방송 가면 200마리씩 치킨 뿌리는데요.
근데 그래도 처음이니까 가면 이렇게 있어요. 가서 이제 코인 뽑기 하면은 딱 누르면 도지. 저기 코알라 형님들, 이런 거는 주작해야 되는 거 아니에요? 나 좋은 거 좀 뽑게 해줘. 맨날 도지랑 트롯만 나오네, 씨. 아니, 백날 저기 EZPZ 그거 뭐지? 해가지고 가입해서 뽑아봐야 남들 저기 이더리움 클래식 하나 나오는 것보다 안 나와, 씨. 정말 공평하게 안 줘요, 나는. 다른 사람들은 주는데. 그리고 코또가 뭐냐면, 이것도 재미있어요. 뭐냐면, 코인 사토시 종가, 일요일날 사토시 종가 있죠. 맞춘 사람들끼리 이더리움 한 개 나눠서 줘요. 그래서 그냥 이거 로또 하면은 코또도 당첨되면은 꿀잼이니까. 대신에 조건이 있어요. 만약에 제 시청자분 중에서 코또가 당첨이 됐는데 나한테 저기 치킨 한 마리 안 준다. 그러면 블랙 하겠습니다. 진심이에요. 예, 웃지 마세요. 진심입니다. 진심이에요. 배 아파서 못 견디니까 진짜 블랙 할 거야. 로또도 참, 아이고, 아무튼 맞다. 이거 10명 누군지 뽑아드려야 돼. 그래야 이제 포인트 주신다고. 댓글이 46개면은 10명 되겠네? 그러면 잠깐만. 랜덤 숫자. 그리고 막말로 저기 형님들 그 이제 워낙 뭐지 게시글 많이 올라오면은 뭐 치킨 한두 마리 정도 더 주시겠죠. 우리 저기 이사님이 주시겠지. 본인 돈 써서 주시겠지. 나는 몰라. 나는 몰라. 알아서 하시겠지 뭐. 49? 46인가? 아 잠깐. 46. 뭐야? 잠깐만. 3, 12, 26, 34, 39, 45. 그리고 다음 지금 6명이니까 4명 더. 2. 12가 2번 나오네. 17, 22. 잠깐만. 그리고 죄송한데 아까 그 번호 저 로또 하지 마세요. 내가 살 거니까 혹시 내가 당첨되면 시청자분들한테 5천만 원 풀게. 알았지? 응. 그러니까 일단은 하지 마세요. 아까 그거. 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, 다섯, 여섯, 일곱, 여덟, 아홉. 26. 26도 2번이네? 아닌가? 26 내가 쓴 건가? 43. 아니 로또 당첨되면 그 정도 못 하겠어? 10몇 억일 텐데 5천만 원 시청자한테 못 써? 형님들은 수익 나면 나한테 후원도 해주잖아. 근데 내가 그 정도 못 하겠어? 당첨되면은 5천만 원어치 뭔가 해드려야지 이벤트. 폴카다 뽑았다고? 헉, 폴카다 가격 얼마? 폴카다 비싸지 않아요? 폴카다 얼마야? 10,000원이면은 와, 저 사람 염장 지를 때 최고인데? 지인님, 아니 이거 5,000원 넘어서 바로 출금도 되잖아. 이거 하나 뽑아가지고 치킨 먹으면 되잖아. 이거 할 때는 만약에 하실 때는 EZPZ 이거 대문자로 하시면 됩니다. 대문자. 대문자. 부럽다. 10,000원. 나 여태까지 이거 시청자분들이 내 것도 써줘가지고 나 당첨돼서 했는데 나는 폴카닷 한 번도 나온 적 없다. 이거 코알라 커뮤니티 가면 돼요. 코알라 커뮤니티. 네이버 카페랑 비슷하거든요. 그냥 koala.co.kr 치면 돼. 자, 그럼 누구냐? 어디 보자. 저기요. 죄송한데 왜 닉네임이 소문자 EZPZ예요? 이거 내 거 뭐지? 내 거 포인트 먹으려 그러는 거지. 이 사람 절대 주지 마세요. 대문자로 쓰셔야 됩니다. EZPZ. 아니, 게다가 이거 10,000포인트까지 가져가네? 이 사람 뭐야? 기분이 좀 미묘한데? 저 사람 뭐야? 그러게. 와, 저 사람이 내 거 추천권 많이 가져간 것 같은데? 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 해코린. 12 해코린. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 으르. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 브랜드 뉴. 22, 23, 23, 24, 25, 26. 류 땄다. 유 떴다. 그리고 26 유 떴다. 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 34 우린 부자. 34 35 36 37 38 39 39 39 40 41 42 43 43 44 맨 밑이 없으니까 저기 하나는 맨 마지막 분이 가져가면 되겠다. 대부. 오케이. 됐다. 이렇게 해서 5분의 1 확률이었는데 사실상 이게 안 되신 분들은 까비. 아이고, 그리고 저기 부티크 조선실령님 진짜 감사합니다. 고맙습니다. 어떻게 치킨 그거? 그 저기 이게 커뮤니티 가면은 보시면은 기타 갤러리 가면은 클릭하면 EZPZ 닉네임 써서 이렇게 인증하면 된대요. 잠깐만, 나 지금 한 가지 생각났어. 이 사람들 중에서 구독 안 한 사람 누군지 한번 볼까? 구독 안 한 사람 누군지 볼까? 구독 중. 감사합니다. 누구야? 구독 중. 감사합니다. 가려놓은 거 보니까 좋아요 안 눌렀어. 좋아요 안 누르고 치킨을 가져가려 그런다고? 야, 이 양심 어디 갔어? 형님. 업도 안 눌렀어? 어디 보자. 구독에 알람 설정까지 감사합니다. 아니다. 자, 형님들 이거 이벤트 한 김에 우리도 아프리카도 상관없어요. 아프리카도 여기 다 해도 돼요. 커뮤니티에다, 기타 갤러리에다가. 여기 그냥 거기 코인, 그러니까 뉴스, 데이터, 시세, 공시, 그리고 이제 자유 게시판 등등, 그냥 이런 이제 미래지향적으로 최대한 좋은 방향성을 가지고 싶어 하셔서 다행히도 거래소랑 유착관계 같은 거 없고요. 그냥 이제 그러니까 구글 홍보라든지 이런 거 위주로 하고. 맞다, 그리고 에어드랍도 있어요. 에어드랍이 뭐냐면 그냥 공짜로 주는 거니까 만약에 기왕 가입하셨으면 공짜로 가져가세요. 갖다만 팔기만 하면 돼. 저번에 도지 이거 17,000원치인가 다 줬대. 그러니까 이런 것처럼 딱히 없어. 뭔가 여기 돈에 현금을 써야 될 것도 없고, 그냥 로그인하고 글 작성하고 댓글 다는 것밖에 없어서. 나 지금 내 걸로 가입한 사람들 꽤 있으려나? 74. 좋아. 잠깐만, 형님들. 나 74개 쓰면 뭐가 나올까? 한번 볼까? 어차피 일단 지금 방송 끝났으니까. 설마 진짜, 잠깐만. 진짜 내가 이거 다 뽑으면은 한 100몇 개 뽑는 건데, 웨이브 하나는 주지 않을까? 이클이나? 트론, 도지, 트론, 리플 괜찮다. 아니, 물론 당연히 티끌모아 태산이긴 한데, 지금 알려야 돼. 트론, 트론 그만 주세요. 스텔라. 나쁘지 않은데? 나쁜 건가? 오, 리플 괜찮아. 스텔라, 트론, 도지, 스텔라, 트론, 리플, 도지. 아, 형님들, 그리고 지금 포인트 아까 10,000포인트 되신 분들은 빨리 뽑기 해보세요. 10,000포인트 줬대. 코인 뽑기 어디서 하냐고? 여기 보면은 상점에 가면은 포인트 있잖아요. 이걸로 이거 저기 뭐 댓글 달고 그 뭐냐 글 작성한 걸로 모아서 이거 구매하게 한 다음에 고객센터 이벤트 가서 코또는 매일 하세요. 우리 시청자분들은 그냥 막 점수만 적으면 되거든. 오, 잠깐만, EZPZ 이더리움 클래식 당첨됐대. 아, 저 사람 뭐야? 아, 저 진짜 죽이고 싶다. 저기요, 형님, 나 10,000원만. 아니, 왜 당신이 당첨되는 건데 내가 EZPZ라고? 왜 당신이 이더리움 클래식에 당첨되는 거죠? 내가 진짜 EZPZ인데? EZPZ 웨이브 당첨되었습니다. 아, 이 사람 뭐야? 저기요. 아, 진짜 어디 사세요? 빨리. 아, 진짜. 왜, 저 사람이 왜 다 가져가는 거야? 5초근이가 없네. 아니, 저기요. 아, 형님들, 안 되겠다. 저기 추천 그거 쓸 때 대문자로 쓰셔야 됩니다. 무조건 대문자. 저 사람 주지 마. 나 주세요. 줄 거면. 미친, 아니, 이더리움 클래식에다가 웨이브가 당첨이 되네? 제 걸로 하면은 포인트 하나 더 준대. EZPZ 대문자로. 이거 가서, 아, 왜 내 걸로 하라니까 저 사람 걸로 하지 말고. 저 사람은 가짜예요. 왜 저 사람 이클 왜 주는 거야? 아, 갑자기 배 아파 죽을 것 같아. 아니, 제주는 고미 부리고, 트론. 이쯤에서 나 뭐 하나 줘야 되는데? 트론, 리플, 스텔라, 트론. 저 뭐야, 스텔라. 이더 한 개 받았다고, 누가? 받았어? 진짜 받았어? 아, 깜짝이야. 아, 깜짝이야. 악재냐고? 디지털 달러는 근데 어차피 도입 시기까지 너무 오래 걸려가지고. 도지. 아, 왜 저 EZPZ는 왜 되고 왜 나는 안 되지? 한번 따져야겠다. 아, 왜 나는 트론 인생인가? 도지랑? 도지, 리플, 도지, 트론, 이오스. 그나마 다행이네. 그 네이버에 코알라 커뮤니티 치면 되는데 그 제거 이거 대문자 EZPZ 이거 쓰면 뽑기권 한 개 700포인트 추가 준대요. 그러니까 이걸로 해서 해보세요. 이오스 나쁘지 않아. 도지, 스텔라. 야씨, 나 도지로 5,000원 모으겠다 이러다가. 스텔라. 요? 이오스? 나는 진짜 티끌모아 태산인가 보다. 폴카닷을 본 적이 없어. 웨이브랑 아까 그 이 짭지피지는 몇 개 안 모았는데 이클이랑 웨이브 나왔는데 나는 150개를 했는데도 도지랑 트론만 주네. 맞아요 이거? 너무 공평한 거 아니야? 이런 거 원래 형님들 원래 이런 거 그 뭐지 주최 측에 농간이 있어야 되는 거 아니에요? 왜 나는 트론이랑 도지만 주지? 여기서 딱 내 거에서 이더리움 한번 떠봐. 얼마나 멋있어. 나는 안 주지? 도지. 아, 도지. 아, 아, 진짜 3도 도지 얼마라고 지금? 81원? 야, 씨, 도지 5개 모아도 컵라면을 하나 못 먹네. 오늘 밤에 있어요. 하원 청문회 도지. 아, 4도지. 아, 잠깐만. 이거 맞아요? 4연 도지? 설마 5연 도지는 아니겠지? 아, 더 심한데? 트론. 아니, 똑같네. 트론이나 도지나. 아, 스텔라. 아, 스텔라. 아, 도지. 아, 도지. 아, 리플. 아, 스텔라. 아, 스텔라. 아, 도지. 아, 도지. 아, 도지. 아, 도지. 아. 안해, 씨. 아. 구간 반복 중인가? 알았어요. 새로 고침할게요. 아, 그런 것도 있어요? 무슨 그 도박계에 그런 게 있나? 구간 반복? 도지 아니잖아. 뭐야? 도지. 씨. 아니, 도지 그만 도지 트롯이랑 도지 그만. 이오스. 감사합니다. 도지 스텔라 트론. 아, 근데 죄송한데, 아니, 그니까, 아, 이거 하나만 주면 안 돼요? 이클이나 웨이브? 아, 진짜, 나 이더리움 바라지도 않아. 아, 나 이거 도지 모아가지고 나중에 도지 1,000원 가면 팔아야겠다. 제발 도지. 아, 도지, 제발 도지래. 제발 도지라고 하니까 진짜 도지 줬어. 알았어, 이제부터 말을 바꿔야겠다. 전략적으로 가자. 솔직히 이더는 안 줄 것 같아. 웬만해서. 이더 안 줘. 그러면, 솔라나도 생각 잘 안 줄 것 같아. 그러면, 웨이브를 노려서 치킨을 먹는 거야. 아, 웨이브, 솔직히 웨이브 정도는 줄 수 있잖아. 그치? 이오스. 스텔라. 스텔라. 인터스텔라인가? 150원. 이오스. 트론. 스텔라.
속보 이지 도지대주주 등급.
트론. 도지. 이오스. 리플. 잠깐만, 뭔가 내 거 확률이 올라갔나봐. 더 이상 도지가 안 나와. 도지가 안 나와. 도지가 안 나와. 이게 흐름인가? 아, 아니네. 흐름, 리플. 오? 아, 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 안 할래요. 라고 할 때 빠르게 한번 해보기. 그럼 줄 수도 있어. 도지. 아니, 왜 나만 빼고 이클 웨이브 뜸? 뭐라고? 누가 떴다고? 저는 저거에서 이클 떴다고? 아, 진짜? 아, 부럽다. 아무튼 기타 갤러리에 치킨 되게 많이 썼네. 아무튼 형님들 기왕 하신 김에 기타 갤러리에 방송 보고 있는 거 그냥 스샷 하나 찍어가지고 올려놓으면 추첨해서 치킨 준대요. 그러니까 뭐 치킨 먹고 싶으신 분들은
연 최고의 빌런.
메가트론의 도지트론? 아 너무 싫다. 그러니까 뭐 만약에 치킨을 확률 그러니까 지금 하는 사람 많이 없으니까 해보고 만약에 당첨되면 얘기 좀 해주세요. 치킨 당첨된 거. 인물 갤러리가 실하다고? 어머나 세상에. 정말 이 인물 아하 오케이 알겠습니다. 너무 이상한 거 올리지 마세요. 그냥 저기 이벤트 가면은 이거 코인 뽑기 가서 코인 뽑으면 돼요. 트론. 와 나는 진짜 안돼. 형님들 나는 대박이 안 되나봐. 왜 나는 대박이 안 되지 항상? 나도 좀 뭔가 좀 대박 좀 되면 안 돼? 이거 고객센터 이벤트. 고객센터 이벤트. 아니 왜 나는 왜 안 되지? 나도 좀 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 도지피지라고? 누가? 배부른 소리 우리는 가입할 때 한 번 하고 700포인트 모으느라 쎄 빠진다고? 알겠습니다. 죄송합니다. 지우도록 하겠습니다. 예. 근데 생각해보니까 배부른 소리는 맞네. 그래요. 나는 저기 도지랑 그 뭐지? 도지랑 모자 저거 모아가지고 과자랑 저기 라면 사 먹을게요. 치킨이랑. 알겠습니다. 아무튼 여기까지 보고 아무튼 되게 재밌었네. 그래도 오늘 내일은 형님들 포인트 말고 치킨 뭐 이런 거 커피 막 이런 거 한다니까 줄 때 많이 받읍시다 우리가. 나머지는 내일 해볼래. 내일 받은 거는 지갑으로 가요. 지갑 그 코알라 지갑에 떠 있어서 5,000원 이상 되면은 출금 해달라고 하면은 그거 그냥 보내줘요. 두비두밥 두비두밥. 그래도 뭐지? 저런 거는 그러니까 형님들 근데 진짜 신기한 게 뭔지 아세요? 다른 것보다? 나 진짜 신기한 게 광고가 800개가 왔어. 그 중에서 하나는 광고 하나당 광고 한 번 해주는데 1,000만원짜리 있었어요. 여기는 그거에 비하면 거의 뭐 10분의 1이긴 하지만 1,000만원짜리도 있었어. 근데 하나같이 다 시청자 등쳐먹는 거야. 유일하게 코알라 커뮤니티 빼고. 저기는 당연히 이제 큰 돈은 나한테 줄 수가 없지. 왜냐하면 저기는 이제 사람들 많이 모아가지고 이제 그걸로 이제 뭐 저기 조회수 느낌으로 하는 거니까. 근데 다 시청자 등쳐먹는 것밖에 없더라. 어떻게 하면은 다 보면은 다 시청자 등쳐먹는 것밖에 없어. 광고가 800개가 왔는데 그 중에서 단 하나도 제대로 된 게 없어. 결국의 마지막은 돈이에요. 글쎄, 돈일까? 그렇게 생각하세요. 아니, 근데 그것도 맞는 말이긴 한데, 근데 나는 개인적으로 잘 모르겠어요. 돈이 전부가 아닌 것 같아. 왜냐하면, 막말로 등쳐 먹어서 10억 먹튀, 뭐 솔직히 막말 쳐, 뭐 10억 먹튀라고 쳐 한 방에. 그러고 앞으로 영원히 방송 못 한다고 하면은 나는 10억 안 받을래. 이미 냉정하게 해먹었으면은 몇십억 해먹을 만한 제한도 있었거든요. 선입금액까지 해준다고. 근데 다 거절했어. 왜냐면 나는 그냥 이게 재밌어요. 즐거워서. 그러니까 방송을 하면 시간이 가는 줄 몰라. 뭐 통역은 좀 힘든 건 맞아. 통역할 때마다 아 너무 힘들다 힘들다 하긴 하는데 그냥 이렇게 맨날 얘기하면서 떠들고 웃고 그러는 게 그냥 되게 너무 재밌어요. 아 형님들 저 방송 하는 거 알잖아. 나 이제 1년 반 넘었어요. 이제 거의 2년 바라보고 있는데 좀 있으면 6개월만 지나면 2년 넘잖아. 2년이잖아. 근데 글쎄 난 질리지가 않네. 그냥 방송이 되게 재밌어 하는 게. 알지 형님들 막 회사에 앉아 있으면 막 한 30분 있으면 막 줄이를 틀잖아. 근데 방송할 때는
머스크가 토지 포기 안 한다고 했는데 희망을 가져봐요 대주주님.
아 그래요. 저 도지 대주주 해가지고 나중에 도지로 집 사야겠다. 아무튼 라고 하기엔 너무 큰 돈이 이미 지났어요. 백님. 나 냉정하게 이제 와서 하는 얘기지만 20억 제한 받았었어. 20억. 거래소에서 캡 한도 20억까지 해가지고. 근데 부모님하고도 얘기를 하려고 했었거든. 근데 그거는 사실 결국에는 나중에 나한테 돌아온다고 생각해가지고 완전 진짜 그 미친 짓이었어. 뭐냐면 무슨 트롯 마이닝 아시죠? 그거 같은 느낌이었거든. 그래서 이제 시청자들을 사실상 죽이는 거야. 트롯 마이닝처럼. 그 대신에 내한테 주어지는 거는 20억이 넘는 돈이었지. 근데 저는 그것보다 가장 두려웠던 게 뭐냐면 더 이상 방송을 할 수 없다는 게. 방송이 너무 재밌거든요. 그러니까 뭐 아까도 말하다 말았지만 10분 10시 오늘 제가 9시 반에 켰죠. 지금 몇 시야? 9시 반에 켜가지고 지금 2시에요. 지금 몇 시간 방송했지 나? 나 지금 4시간 반 방송했어. 내 텐션 봐봐. 내가 회사 다닐 때 절대 이런 텐션 유지 못했어요. 회사 가면은 1시간 만에 퍼져가지고 그랬었는데 이제는 방송은 참 진짜 체질에 맞는 것 같아. 너무 즐거워. 이걸 버릴 수 없어. 나는 10억 받으면 빨개 벗고 돌아다닐 수도 있음. 그런 상상하지 마세요. 아무도 차라리 뭔가 다른 걸 요구했으면 요구했지 그 빨개 벗고 돌아다닌다고 10억 주지 않아요. 내가 가장 제일 무의미하게 생각하는 게 뭔지 알아요? 막 그런 거 있죠. 막 능력 캡슐 주면서 뭐 먹을 건지 뭐 무슨 능력을 가질 건지 막 있잖아. 막 캡슐 중에서 2개 막 이렇게 고르는 거 있지. 아니 누가 준대? 그러고 누가 준대? 그런 능력 캡슐을? 아니 저번에 친구들 만나가지고 앉아있는데 한 3시간 동안 그거에 대한 토론을 하는 거야. 뭐 일단은 건강한 게 최고니까 건강한 거를 챙겨야 된다. 그러면 건강하다는 범위가 늙지 않는다라는 범위까지 적용될 수도 있다부터 시작해서 3시간 동안 밥 먹고 이제 커피 마시면서 그 얘기를 하는 거야. 1분 앞을 볼 수 있는 능력이 생긴다면 저는 그 능력을 원합니다. 예, 그러면 이제 매매로 졸업하겠죠. 단타 아주 짧게 100배 단타 해가지고 그걸로 싹 돈 벌고 이제 이 바닥에서 이제 통역하면서 맨날 치킨 뿌려야지. 30초 단타. 125배로 단타 1주. 근데요, 마에스트로 현님, 그건 아닌 게, 왜냐하면 그 정도 돈은 주지 않을 거예요. 왜냐하면은 그 정도 돈을 벌었다는 얘기는 그 대형 고래들 주머니에서 쏙쏙 빼간다는 얘기잖아. 그러면 내가 봤을 때 한 몇 억에서 몇십억 분기점 넘어가기 시작하면은 레이더망에 잡힐 것 같은데. 그리고 물론 미래를 볼 수는 있지만 저거 랜덤 코인 받는 거 어떻게 하냐고? 코알라 커뮤니티라고 치시면 이렇게 있어요. 그냥 커뮤니티야, 커뮤니티. 커뮤니티에서 뭐뭐 해야 되냐면 매일 데이터존에서 공시에서 자기가 투자할 코인, 투자하는 코인 한번 보시고, 그 다음에 이제 뭐 자유 게시판 같은데 글 같은 거 남기면은 로그인 20, 글 10, 댓글 3 포인트 주거든요. 그럼 이제 그거 모아가지고 이제 코인 뽑기권도 살 수 있고, 산 다음에 고객센터 가서 이벤트 가서 이거 랜덤 코인 뽑기 이거 해서 뽑으시면 돼요. 그리고 콧돈은 매일매일 하세요. 사토시 종가 맞추는 거니까 어차피 돈 하나도 드는 거 없으니까. 나는 좀 이런 거 가입하기 싫어하신다 하면은 그냥 데이터존이랑 뉴스만 가져가시고, 기왕 가입하신 분들은 콧도에다가 이거 저기 뭐냐 응모하겠다 이렇게 누르면 사토시 단위 쓰는 거 있거든. 그러면은 예를 들어서 5 3 9 4 2 1 뭐 이런 식으로 사토시 단위 있어. 사토시 그거 맞추면은 1 이더 준대요. 그러니까 일단 저녁에 또 청문회 있어. 청문회. 뭐야 이 사람. 이클 당첨됐네. 좋겠다. 솔라나. 이 사람은 솔라나 당첨되네. 뽀끄롱은. 와 엄청 부럽다. 5만원 아니야? 솔라나 당첨된 사람 꽤 있네. 근데 확실히 잘은 주진 않겠네. 혹시 이더 있나? 이더는 이클은 있는데 이더는 없는 것 같은데. 이더 뽑은 사람 언젠가 한 번은 나오겠지 뭐. 시청자분들 중에서 수익 났으면 좋겠다. 그리고 아까 뭐 그 이더 뽑으면은 커피 달라고 한 거 그거는 그냥 장난으로 한 얘기가 아니에요. 혹시라도 되면은 진짜 부탁합니다. 나는 이더 0.2개 오늘 입금됨. 왜요? 손절령님 왜? 나는 오늘 이더 0.2개 입금됐다고? 그거 제가 잘못 보낸 건데? 그거 이더 0.2개 그거 제가 그 잘못 보낸 건데? 그거 제 건데? 제가 그 실수로 보냈어요. 돌려주세요. 그나저나 형님들 내 거 300만 원은 누가 갖고 있을까? 잠들어 있을까? 주인이 저기 잠든 계좌 안에 들어간 거 어떻게 됐을라나? 궁금하네. 항상 형님들 저기 송금할 때는 태그 오류 없이 조심해서 보내세요. 지금 제가 왜 방종을 안 하고 있는지 아세요? 지금 방종 안 한 이유가 지금 잠들고 있는 시청자분들 데리고 월클 놀이 중입니다. 잡담 떠는데 시청자가 3,000명 있다. 사실상 월클 아닙니까? 그래서 원래 FOMC 있는 날이나 아니면은 그 뭐지? 저거 뭐냐 여기 이런 연설 같은 거 중요한 거 새벽에 하고 나면 방송 일부러 시간 좀 끌어요. 월클 느낌, 월클 PG. 아, 진심이야. 진짜예요. 왜냐하면은 내 거 방송할 때는 1,300, 1,500명 정도 보니까 지금 근데 너무 일찍 끝났어. 연준이 너무 아쉽다. 인정? 연준 만약에 한 4시, 5시쯤 끝났으면은 지금 시청자 한 5, 6천 명 있는 건데. 아쉽다. 도지 PG 형 시참하자고? 근데 혼자서 코인하는 말하는 거 듣고 있어도 외롭죠. 근데 그게 있어. 나도 가장 큰 게 매매할 때 혼자서 안 한다는 기분이 드는 게 되게 좋아서 방송을 했었어요. 예전에. 혼자 가만히 앉아서 1시간, 2시간 차트 보고 있으면 정신병 걸릴 것 같아가지고. 맞아. 오늘 저녁에 또 있지. 2부 게임 방송? 글쎄요. 게임 방송은 좀 오늘 장사꾼 형님도 없잖아. 케이님도 없고. 차라리 태그 없이 송금하셔서 은숙님 찾은 건데 태그를 입력했는데 그 태그가 잘못된 계정 거잖아? 그러면은 해외 거래소는 안 돌려줘요. 진짜 미쳤어 진짜로. 안 돌려줘. 그때 뭐 카트라든지 이런 거.
항상 잘 보고 있어.
어?
형 딘비트 화이팅.
아 맞다 잠깐만. 저기 차르님 톡방에서 얘기하다 말았네. 어디였지? 비박스 형님 감사합니다. 비박스 형님 비트박스 형님 정말 큰 후원 감사합니다. 우리 차례 형님 방 터줏대감 차트 분석해달라고? 근데 사실 지금 냉정하게 차트 분석하는 것도 좀 애매한 게 그러니까 제가 3월 달에 했던 차트 분석 아직도 유효하거든요. 여기에서 딱 이 라인에서 못 버티면 여기까지 깨진다라고 분석했었죠.
1,000원 더 쏴서 1등 해야지.
빅박스 형님 감사합니다. 내일도 방송 중에 이벤트 하나 네 한대요. 내일은 치킨이랑 커피 해주신다는 것 같아요. 포인트도 포인트인데 아무튼 내일 한번 가서 봐요. 어떻게 되나. 내일도 해주신다 그랬거든. 저 포지션이요. 저 포지션 청산. 저 청산 당했어요. 그때 처음으로 교차로 들어갔다. 그 모르시는 분들 있나? 저 지금 시드 없어요. 저 지금 빈털털이 그지예요. 지금 하나도 안 왔냐고? 이번에 다음 월 초에 조금 들어오면 그걸로 해야지. 일단은 제가 분석했던 거는 여기였거든요. 이거 언제 분석했냐면 3월 달에 3월 초에 분석했었거든요. 여기까지 빠질 줄이야. 뭐 더 내려가면은 제가 분석한 거 범위 밖이에요. 저는 하면 현물하죠. 중구형 장난이 너무 심한 거 아니요 님. 혹시 중구님이세요? 중구님 안 보인 지 꽤 오래됐네. 아마 다들 쉬러 갔겠지. 그러니까 비트가 올라올 때까지 사실 힘들어. 오늘도 사실 시청자 수 10,000명 가까이 찍은 거 말도 안 되게 운이 좋았던 것 같아요. 아마 시장, 그러니까 하락장 때는 사실 뭔 방송을 하더라도 방송 사람이 없거든. 그쵸?
I wouldn't say so, no.
오늘 10,000명 봤어. 9,000명, 9,400명, 9,500명, 10,000명 봤네. 오늘 실시간 동접 최대 10,000명 나왔네. 대박.
오늘도 방송 잘 봤습니다.
아이고, 프로도 형님 항상 감사합니다. 고맙습니다. 앞으로도 열심히 하겠습니다. 더 내려가면 이제 진짜 본격적으로 현물 들어가야지. 여기서 더 내려가면. 지금도 많이 낮다고는 생각을 하고 있긴 한데, 저는 제가 다 혼자 했어요. 저는 근데 좀 다른 게, 기술적 분석이 저는 심리지표 위주로 가거든요. 그래서 조금 이제 분석 방법이 달라요, 남들이랑은. 그렇다 보니까 나도 절대 내 분석 갖고 다른 사람한테 추천하거나 뭐 다른 사람한테 이래라 저래라 말을 안 해요. 일단은 제가 본 최하점은 여기. 아마 3월 초에 방송 보신 분들 이 차트 보셨을 거예요. 그쵸? 지지대가 여기였는데 결국에는 지지 못 해줬어. 지지대가 여기였는데 여기 지지 못하면은 초록 라인 따라서 빠진다고 봤었는데 결국에는 빠져버렸네. 여기가 아마 저기 그 에너지 못 잡아서 빠졌어요. 본 거는 되게 많아요. 책도 보고 뭐 저기 서적 같은 것도 좀 보고, 그리고 뭐 이제 뭐 경제 같은 것 좀 이제 공부하고. 나왔다고? 뭐가? 잠깐만, 뭐가? 어디? 누가? 뭐가 떴어? 진짜? 누가? 뭐가 떴는데? 뭔데 뭐가 떴다는 거야? 나 미칠 것 같아. 빨리. 이클 말하는 거야? 뭐가 떴다는 거야? 빨리 얘기하세요. 아닌 것 같은데. 아니, 나 설마 이더 떴다는 줄 알았네. 아, 깜짝이야. 배 아플 뻔했어. 휴, 다행이다. 오늘 통역 내용은 어디서 볼 수 없나요? 방송 뒤로 돌려서 보시면 돼요. 시드 다 어디 갔냐고? 그날 저기 다 옮겼다가 이제 하락하면은 접에 롱칠라고 옮겼다가 소액 고배하는 거에 빨려 들어갔어요. 그래서 못 나왔어. 뱃? 글쎄, 뭐 베이지거 텐션도 이런 애들은 근데 내려갈 때 한순간이라 올라갈 때도 한순간이라서 비트가 지지해주는지 안 해주는지를 봐야 되니까요. 만약에 비트의 상승이 있으면은 알트들도 정말 크게 올라갈 애들도 많이 있는 것 같긴 한데, 뭐 지금으로서는 뭐 냉정하게 비트 안정권 들어갈 때까지는 사실상 뭐 하기가 좀 힘들죠. 그쵸? 나스닥하고 비트가 좀 안정권에 접어 들어야 이제 그때 본격적으로 움직임이 나올 것 같아서, 지금같이 이렇게 막 많이 내렸으니까 막 10% 20% 흔드는 거는 크게 의미는 없다고 생각하거든요. 어차피 내리면은 올렸던 거 2배로 확 번에 내려버리니까. 지금 제 뷰는 그때랑 똑같아요. 3월달하고 3월달에 이제 이거 그리면서 이 라인 그려주면 상승장 가고 아니면 초록 라인까지 빠진다고 했었는데 빠졌으니까 아마 횡보를 좀 하지 않을까. 이거 만약에 여기서 떨어뜨린다 그래도 약반등 있고 떨어뜨릴 것 같긴 하거든요, 개인적으로. 이대로 만약에 이 상태에서 그대로 내리면 너무 숏을 먹여주는 느낌이라서 글쎄. 네, 일단은 지금 유가부터 시작해가지고 바이든 대통령이 해결책이 하나도 없으니까 좀 공포 매물도 많이 나오는 것 같긴 해요. 롱 갈 때도 그랬죠. 뭐 롱도 당시에 롱 갈 때 그냥 롱만 그러니까 지금 이거 한번 나오지 않을까 고민 중이에요. 이거 5천만 원 가까이 갔다가 3,300만 원까지 뺀 것처럼 좀 더 내리더라도 한번 이제 저런 거 만약 본격적으로 내리더라도 살짝 어느 정도 상승해 줘야 될 자리이지 않나. 그래야 숏들도 좀 잡아먹고 좀 안정화가 되면은 그래도 뭔가 좀 움직임을 보여주지 않을까 싶기도 하고. 형님들 지금 안 주무시는 분들이 계신가요? 나 지금 좋아요가 2688개인데 몇 개만 해서 2700개만 맞춰주시면 안 돼요? 12개? 12개면 되거든? 네, 맞아요, 루나님. 몇 개 더 뽑아볼까? 몇 분 더 해주신 것 같은데? 도지 나오기만 해봐, 진짜로. 바로, 도지 나오면 바로 방종합니다. 도지 나오면 방종합니다. 트론 도지 나오면 방종합니다. 네, 오늘 저녁, 그러니까 방송 10시쯤에 킬게요. 그 하원 청문회는 10시거든요. 아니, 11시거든요. 제발. 오, 후, 살았어. 살았어. 하나만 더. 아니, 방종하고 싶지 않아. 네, 5,000원이 필요해요, 5,000원. 제발, 하나만. 이오스. 어우, 살았어. 휴, 한 번 더 살았어. 스텔라. 만약에 여기서 이클 나온다. 이번 클릭에 이클 나온다. 그러면 그거는 시청자분 다 드림. 나왔으면 하는 마음과 나오지 않았으면 하는 마음의 충돌. 오케이. 장난입니다. 어차피 안 주는 거 알죠? 자, 형님들. 어차피 오늘 밤에 하원 있으니까 형님 아프시다고 했더니 아니요, 저 아직도 속이 아파요. 예. 지금 속이 막 썩 좋은 거 아니어서 원래라면은 한 4시까지 버틸 텐데 시청자 수도 많고 해서 그냥 오늘 이만은 물러가고 있다가 어차피 저녁에 또 하원 있으니까 하원 때 또 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 마지막 트론. 마지막 네. 자, 고생하셨습니다. 그럼 이따가 저녁에 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 고생하셨어요.